Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week we're broadcasting live from the Tree of the Dead, discussing the 1999 gothic horror film, Sleepy Hollow. This film was directed by Tim Burton from a screenplay by Andrew Kevin Walker, with a story credited to Walker and Kevin Yeager, based upon the legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Utilizing the iconography of the original tale in a very loose adaptation, Sleepy Hollow offers a wholly original take on the material presented through the lens of Burton's signature artistic style. Featuring a compelling story, amazing atmosphere, impressive production design, captivating camera work, masterful makeup effects, and filled to the brim with indelible imagery, this film would go on to achieve incredible box office success and remains a seasonal favorite in the more than 25 years since its release. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Amy Mulder, Nicole Loftus, Alexis Roberts, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Jeanette, Murder Stina, Jason Chastain, and Pancake the Panda. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Sleepy Hollow. What were your first impressions on the film?
I don't think I've seen this in the theater. I do remember watching it a lot on DVD and seeing it on TNT all the time. I hadn't watched this movie in a long time, and then coming back to watch it for the show, I remembered it kind of being not so much like a kid's movie, but a little more tame than what I thought it was. And then watching it for the show, I was like, oh no, this is, it's a movie. So not saying that, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But there's just shit in the movie that I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, kids probably shouldn't be watching this shit. But it was very fun. A lot of it was like, oh my God, oh, okay, I do remember that. And there is quite a few times where there's imagery that you just remember. But this was still a really good time. I really, really still enjoyed this. The main character, there's, he's okay,
He's quirky.
Yeah. Well, but I think everybody does a really, really fucking excellent job in what they're supposed to do here. It is very dark, but it is Tim Burton. So, I mean, that is kind of what it is. But I still really enjoyed this.
I was told that I saw this in the theater.
You sure did.
In 99. I just remember watching it all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
So this was an extremely nostalgic watch. I haven't seen it in years and I don't know why, but I really enjoyed it. And it's like, like when you know a song really well and like what beat's going to come next and what like random, twang or horn or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's how parts of this movie feel, where I literally know like the cadence of the next line. That's how much I watched it. We watched it.
Yeah.
But it was a very fun revisit. I still think that it's fantastic. Like I don't think that there's any way that I could have watched this now and been like, oh my God, this movie actually kind of sucks. Like even if it did suck, I would still be like, no, this is still great. Like I have so much love for it. I love the stylistic choices. Tim Burton, really excels, as we all know, at that. I think that Johnny Depp's Ichabod Crane is quirky. I think he's funny. At times he's like, it's like, all right, dude. Like, just like this mix of like pretentiousness and I don't know. I think he's a funny character. That's another thing. I think that there's some dark comedy in here that really works because it's not overdone.
Right.
I think that it's really successful. But like you were saying, John Paul, all the performances are really great. I think the effects.
Oh, yeah.
I was really, pleasantly surprised at how well everything held up.
Yeah.
The cast was really surprising. I didn't remember. And like, there's a couple cameos here and there that you're like, oh my God, now that you're older and you realize who these people are, it's really exciting. It's really cool. I just think that this one really, really works for me. And the heavy, heavy nostalgia definitely does not hurt.
No, I could not possibly agree more. As you correctly remembered, we did see this in theaters when we were kids.
Well, you remembered for me.
Well, we didn't have to do that, but I remember also whenever we did see it in the theaters, just the fact of me being only 8 years old, there was just so much that I did not grasp, especially the story fully.
Right.
For sure. Yeah.
And so at that time, what I was really sold on was atmosphere and tone. And just, I don't know, there is something, no matter what Tim Burton makes, there's always something so whimsical about it.
Yeah.
And so that as a child is what I took away from it. I also was scared to death.
It's pretty intense at times, especially for a kid.
Yeah.
Right.
It's funny that you say that too, because there are like, I remember lines and I remember things that happen, but actually honing in on the story as an adult, it's like, no, yeah, I totally did not get how we got from point A to B. I was just fucking along for the ride.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like, oh no, we're deducing things and there's a fucking like conspiracy and like cover-ups, and it's like, oh no, this is like for real nitty-gritty shit happening in Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
It's just a depth of the story that is not at all in the original Irving short story.
Okay.
They took, it's like the seeds of something and they grew something completely different and wholly its own. But I think that the thing about rewatching it as an adult is finally understanding how cool the story is. Seeing that it is so many different things. It's a horror film. There's a lot of dark humor. There's a romance element to it. There's a lot of action.
Yeah.
And there is like a bit of a detective mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is cool as hell.
He's there. I mean, he's there.
I will say,
there are times.
it's very preliminary.
Hold on. Yeah.
And there are certainly things that anybody could have guessed.
Yeah. But then there's other things where it's like, oh, well, I don't know how you got there from
Yeah,
that,
me
but
neither,
okay.
but I respect it, and it is pushing the story forward, which is very good. But I think that it's everything you said. Everything about it, I think, just is it's perfect for me. It works so well for me. The performances are great. The story, as we said. I think that the score, of course, Danny Elfman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The art direction, just the tone and the atmosphere and how it feels to inhabit this world.
For sure.
It is so cool, and it is such a comfortable place to return to. And, the costumes I want to mention as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic. But it's just also a matter of it just being so much fun. Like, this is a ride, and you are on it the entire time. There's never a dull moment. I think it is a little odd that it isn't talked about as much anymore. I don't hear people mention it as often.
That is true.
But this seems like one of those films that is just really, really special.
Mm-hmm.
And Jules and I were talking about it just last week. The film itself so perfectly encapsulates the feeling of autumn.
Yes.
Okay.
This film is perfect to watch, especially right now with the changing seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels so good and so comfortable.
Okay.
But it really is like returning home in a certain way, because you do have these memories of this film, especially the way that Nay and I watched it and grew up with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel the same way that you had mentioned about the level of the violence and brutality that I frankly just either put out of my mind from childhood or just did not remember as accurately as I thought.
Yeah, no, I was an older teen when I watched it. But I just remember really liking, like you were saying, the feel of it, how you feel watching it. And I think it really is the Horseman. Like that image of them is fucking great. And I think I stuck a lot to that. And then when we did get a chance to revisit it for the show, I was like, oh yeah, no, there's a lot I forgot.
Yeah, there's some moments where it's like, oh god damn, like
no, they go
we're
there.
doing all that.
Yeah.
But I think that's a testament to the film as well, that we can have these like dark moments and you still walk away when the credits roll. You're like, that was fucking fun. Like that was a blast.
Yeah.
So I think it's really it's impressive to be able to thread that needle of these pretty, decently brutal moments.
Yeah.
And being like, oh my God, that movie's a blast.
Yeah.
And such a dark backstory.
Yeah.
Like they really are balancing a lot, but they just do it so well that it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
But before we get into discussing the film itself, I would like to talk a little bit about how it came to be. I have several sources for this production section, and I'll be referencing them throughout. But it was a commentary track with Tim Burton, the book Burton on Burton, a featurette called Sleepy Hollow Behind the Legacy, and articles in The Independent, Bloody Disgusting, and Entertainment Weekly that I got all this information.
Very nice.
So the story of this film actually begins in 1994, when Kevin Yeager, an incredibly prolific special effects makeup artist,
Yes.
we've talked about him numerous times.
Yes.
But he, after cutting his teeth with directing a couple of episodes of Tales from the Crypt, had the idea of directing a feature film adaptation of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
Okay.
So through his agent, Yeager is introduced to the screenwriter, Andrew Kevin Walker, the writer of what would go on to become David Fincher's Seven.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing both of those names in the credits at the beginning, my jaw dropped.
Yeah. But he had written at least one episode, I can't remember exactly how many, of Tales from the Crypt.
Oh, okay.
And so having the similar agent, they both met and the discussions began about working together on this adaptation. So Yeager and Walker, over the course of a few months, crafted a treatment for Yeager's vision of what the film would be. And it took several liberties with the property, some that would survive all the way into the finished film, and others that simply did not.
Okay.
Yeager, initially, his idea was that he wanted the film to be a low-budget slasher film, turning the character of the Headless Horseman almost into a Jason Voorhees-like figure, and using Washington Irving's tale almost as a jumping-off point into a body count film with, as he said, a spectacular murder every 5 minutes.
All right.
It's a little bold.
God damn.
And also a little braggadocious, right? The murders will be spectacular.
Spectacular.
They're real and they're spectacular. But it was this combination of a period piece with these B-movie sensibilities that proved very intriguing for the writers, but quite difficult when it came time to shop the screenplay to studios.
Okay.
After quite a few dead-end meetings, the pair would eventually capture the interest of producer Scott Rudin, who optioned the screenplay and then sold it to Paramount. In this deal that they made, Yeager would, of course, direct the film, and Walker would work on a few rewrites before officially entering production. The problem, however, is that during this time, in 1996, Yeager had already been contracted to direct another film, Hellraiser Bloodline.
Oh.
It was his hope to gain a little more experience in the director's chair before helming Sleepy Hollow, but unfortunately, Hellraiser Bloodline turned out to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, just putting it lightly. It was marred by behind-the-scenes issues and a ton of creative differences, all of which resulted not only in Yeager requesting to be credited as Alan Smithy for the film, but it also kind of tarnished his reputation as a film director at the time. And for the project of Sleepy Hollow, Yeager would be demoted from film director to special effects coordinator while Paramount searched for a new director.
Ooh.
Wow.
That really sucks because doing this show, we've really learned how like a movie that, I don't want to say a bad movie, but a bad movie, it's not always the director's fault. In fact, it's like rarely the director's fault.
It's usually the studio.
Yes.
Producers.
Yes.
Getting in the way of the director.
So it's like, it just sucks that it's so tied to you that it's like, oh, moving forward, since you did that, quote unquote, you did that, you can't do this.
Yeah, and you seen that wasn't my name. That was like Steve Smith or something. I
don't even know who that is.
Fuck.
But it really sucks because he's like, this is his brainchild.
Yeah. This was like his dream project.
Yeah.
But at this point in the process, enter none other than Tim Burton. I say it like it's a surprise.
Yeah.
What? Well, he do be putting his name on stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Which we've also talked about.
Yes.
But Burton was also at a very difficult point in his career. Following the underperformance of his 1996 film, Mars Attacks.
Justice for Mars Attacks.
And the subsequent cancellation of his project Superman Lives 3 weeks before it was supposed to go into production and begin shooting, Burton was feeling somewhat directionless.
Okay.
So in 1998, with renewed interest in the project at Paramount, producers reached out to Burton with Walker's script, hopeful that he would be interested in directing. It was kind of perfect timing because after what happened with Mars Attacks and Superman Lives, Burton was only interested in directing something that would mean a lot to him.
Mm-hmm.
And the producers were not discouraged by the commercial performance of Mars Attacks. They actually thought that it would make Tim Burton hungrier and more creative going into his next project.
Okay.
It's like for Tim Burton, it's like, no, this is going to make me scrappy. And Kevin
Like,
Baker's
get
like,
out of here. The same people, by the way.
No shit.
it's not
it's pretty
fair.
wild. But the good news is that Tim Burton fell in love with the screenplay immediately. And he was very captured by the story and the images within it that he thought he could turn into something really special.
Mm-hmm.
But most importantly, Burton was excited to finally make a true horror film, which he had never done before. He said he always felt like horror influenced his films more than any other genre, but he had never had the opportunity to just make a complete horror film.
Okay.
So he saw this film as an opportunity to pay homage to some of his favorite films in the genre as well, specifically Hammer Horror and Mario Bava's Black Sunday.
Okay.
But he wanted to do this not only in the tone of the film, but in the way that it would be made.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get to that a bit later because there are some very interesting things regarding that.
Okay.
But Burton worked with Walker on rewrites for the script, and at the producer's behest, he also brought in playwright Tom Stoppard for some uncredited rewrites that would flesh out some of the humor and romance in the film. Because from some sources that I read, Andrew Kevin Walker's screenplay was even more violent than what ends up on screen.
Oh, all right.
So Tom Stoppard kind of helped to balance all of those things and make it, I guess, a little more palatable to Tim Burton's sensibilities.
Right.
You mean the guy that wrote Seven had
I
a
know.
violent screenplay?
I never would have guessed.
I don't believe you, frankly.
I've made it up. But Burton assembled a cast and crew of both new and very familiar faces, and upon injecting the film with his signature style, the production grew far beyond what was initially intended in its inception. With a budget of about $70 million, and after 6 months of production, followed by a few months in post, the film would be released in the fall of 1999 to very positive critical reception and tremendous box office success. It made over $200 million.
Woo!
Damn.
And it scored 3 Oscar nominations, taking home the prize for Best Art Direction.
Mm-hmm.
So it was an incredible success.
Yeah.
Though I do, and I mentioned it earlier, feel it's not as discussed as it probably should be.
Yeah.
I think it still remains a remarkable creative achievement and a perfect offering for October. So I say let's go ahead and talk about
All right. Yes.
Now, before we collect this film's head, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's return from the grave. So the film begins with an ominous score rising over the production vanity plates, which reaches a chilling crescendo joined swiftly by haunting harmonies, just as the opening credits begin to appear through white wisps of fog against a black background. As a cello hums solemnly, we cut to a folded piece of parchment, red droplets slowly coating its seam, as an unknown couple stands nearby, the man reaching his hand gingerly to grasp the woman's slender fingers in his. They caress each other softly as we rise above the document in front of them, bold black letters scrawled ornately at the top and underlined thinly in red-inked pairs, the last will and testament. After panning across the parchment, the man reaches for a quill pen resting in an inkwell, retrieving it to sign his name at the bottom, Peter Van Garrett. We then press in on the page as a witness adds his signature to the paper as well, but we're only able to capture the name, Jonathan, as he drags the pointed quill across the dotted line. The score ascends as a red pool now collects at the seam, dripped from a stick of wax dipped into the flickering flame of a candle. The man then reaches for a small wooden stamp, sealing the document closed, and imprinted into the red wax is his family's crest, a towering windmill perched above a length of folded ribbon bearing the name, Van Garrett, all resting below a vibrant anthropomorphic sun. Signed and sealed, it is then delivered to the witness, who stashes it away in a leather satchel, a silver nameplate at its center etched, J. Masbeth.
So, do y'all remember when we covered Identity and we were like, oh shit,
Yeah.
they told us everything at the beginning and we weren't paying any attention?
Right.
I felt that way with this.
Absolutely.
Because I don't even remember this film opening this way.
No,
but at
neither
the
did I.
same time, when the stamp like kind of squelches in the wax, I was like, oh baby, we're home. Like I remember this explicitly, like specifically, but I do not remember this happening at the beginning. And then when you like kind of understand how everything unfolds, it's like, oh, we were given names?
Yeah.
We were given, like, we were told a lot here. We just don't have the context for it.
Right.
I think, but at the same time, again, it's the mind of a child, me watching it the first time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm going to remember these cool things. Like, I've never seen a stamp like that in my life.
Yeah.
But I don't understand, legal.
Legal.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
that's all I
legal.
remember too. Is the wax stamp and everything else was just like, hurry.
Yeah. You're like, someone's going to get their head chopped off, right? But through the fog, we find a carriage barreling through the evening, its wheels rotating rapidly and the hooves of its horses kicking up dirt in their hastened pace. We rise from the Van Garrett family crest painted in full color on the passenger side door to discover Peter Van Garrett, played by an uncredited Martin Landau, through the carriage window, seated safely inside. I was very surprised to see Martin Landau in such a small role.
Yeah.
But I know that he has a history of working with Tim Burton in the past, and so it seemed very much like almost a favor.
Yeah. There was quite a few people that were uncredited here in this movie, and I didn't understand why.
Him, I'm very confused.
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
But Dirk Van Garrett, the coachman and Peter's son, played by Robert Sella, mans the reins, steering the horses through the night and making a sharp turn down a path which is beset on either side by sprawling fields of corn. Through the haze, lightning strikes distantly to loud crackles of thunder as Peter rests uneasily inside the carriage. He peers out of the window, where at the center of the field, and illuminated by flashes of lightning, stands a frail scarecrow, its skeletal body draped in tattered cloth, its arms raised menacingly, and its head a jaggedly carved jack-o'-lantern with a sinister smile stretched across its face.
Iconic.
Yeah. This reminded me a lot of the first time we see Jack Skellington.
That is my next note.
Yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
Before we realized that he is Jack Skellington.
Yeah. They were putting on a show.
Oh, yeah. And this is one of the things we were talking about with those images that stay with you. Because Jules had watched this before I did recently, and they started sketching this exact scarecrow. And the second that I saw their sketch, I was like, I'm a child again.
Yeah.
But Peter settles back into his seat, somewhat unnerved at the sight before him. But the carriage continues on, the worrisome weather startling Dirk, who whips the horses and urges them onward. But from inside, we watch as a phantom rider flits past the carriage, his dark horse whinnying as he approaches the coachman. Peter trembles in fright when he overhears the slick sound of an unsheathed sword, this fretful scrape followed shortly by the blade slicing through something unseen with a swift swish.
It's the scarecrow, isn't it?
I hope. Terror escapes Peter in a groan as he sticks his head out of the window to peer up at the coachman, only to discover him to be decapitated. A bloody mess staining the collar at his opened neck and his lifeless hands still clutching the reins. Without a driver, the carriage clatters on directionless, leaving Peter no other option but to bail, leaping from it and landing face down in the dirt. He reaches his feet, racing through the tall stalks of corn, unable to spy the assailant who seems to be following him just a step behind. But Peter finally reaches a clearing, stopping dead in his tracks as he stumbles upon the towering scarecrow, which peers down at him through its triangular eyes. The elderly man catches his breath momentarily, only for his solace to be disturbed by the snort of an approaching horse. His eyes wide with fear, Peter turns to face the coachman's killer, his sword once again unsheathed, and in a bright flash of lightning, the blade slices through Peter's neck, his head tumbling to the field below, and an arterial spray cast across the carved grin of the scarecrow witness. We fade to black. So that was one of the coolest openings I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a hell of an opening.
Yeah.
I think it really does set the tone as well for because there's, some denial later on about what's happening. And it's like, no, we were there.
Yeah.
We understand the danger is very real.
Yeah. I really, really enjoyed this. And I think that if you don't like this, then the rest of the movie is not.
Fair.
For sure.
And there's this scene and several that follow that almost play like a silent film.
Yes.
Because there is no dialogue within the entire opening of this film, really. Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of big reactions, a lot of visuals that kind of set up the mystery that we'll have later.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I don't know, the way that it's done is just really remarkable to me.
Yeah.
But when we return, we hover above docks, overlooking the industrial skyline of a city, buildings stretched as far as the eye can see, with black smoke belching from each of them and imbuing the evening air. We get on-screen text reading, New York City, 1799. Pedestrians line sidewalks beneath the low light of street lamps, and horse-drawn carriages clip-clop across the cobblestone roads. But the peaceful evening for two uncredited constables who stand on the corner is soon interrupted by the incessant ringing of a distant bell. They race toward the sound to find none other than Ichabod Crane, played by Johnny Depp, crouched over the water at the docks, imploring anyone nearby for help and to lend a hand.
And Johnny Depp, we all know Johnny Depp. I mean, it's fucking Captain Jack Sparrow, or used to be.
Right. I actually learned a couple interesting things about this casting. Firstly, that Johnny Depp had wanted to do extensive prosthetics on his nose and chin to make him look more like Ichabod Crane is described in the story. And Tim Burton said no. So he said that he wanted the eccentricities of Ichabod Crane to be more focused on his personality than his appearance. Plus, I think Johnny Depp in this does very much adhere to Tim Burton's style.
Yeah.
But I learned a few actors that Paramount wanted to play Ichabod Crane.
Okay.
So we have, I think maybe least shocking to most. Maybe we'll go.
Okay.
Brad Pitt.
I figured.
Okay.
Which is not surprising. Daniel Day-Lewis.
Okay.
And Liam Neeson.
No.
Wow. Yeah, why?
I don't know how that would have gone.
That's a choice. That did surprise me. But Tim Burton said no. And he wanted, obviously, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, I mean, the heads were taken, but I don't, you know what I mean?
He has a very particular set of skills.
He does.
And we'll talk about some of the other changes from the short story to this, because it really, when I say loosely based, I mean it.
Okay.
But that was one of the things that Ichabod Crane, he had those sensibilities that we see through this character in the film, but one of the first things they describe is how funny looking he is.
Well, I guess he wasn't that funny looking in the cartoon.
He was very funny
yeah,
looking.
He was. Yes, he was. Yeah.
You must not remember.
Let's calm down.
Yeah.
He definitely didn't look like Johnny Depp was going to be my point.
Right.
Okay, he was a little funny looking.
But one of the uncredited officers calls out to confirm that it is indeed Constable Crane, and Ichabod declares that it is, but he adds that he isn't alone. And in the water in front of him, Ichabod turns over a bloated and floating corpse, noting that he's found something, which was lately a man. The corpse is swiftly scooped into a wheelbarrow and taken to the dimly lit station house, where he's parked before the High Constable, played by Alan Armstrong.
Alan Armstrong, he was in Patriot Games in 92, Braveheart in 95,
Oh.
The Mummy Returns in 01, and Van Helsing in 04.
He's got one of those faces where you know you've seen him in something before, but
Yes.
you can't place it.
But with little more than a cursory glance at the sight before him, the High Constable orders Thuggish Constable, played by Jamie Foreman, to burn it. The Thuggish Constable answers with a far too eager, "Yes, sir!"
That, I'm like, why are we so excited?
It is wild to think how back then you could just kill people if you wanted, and you find a body, it's like, it doesn't matter, get rid of it.
Yeah, it's wild to me. Like, the serial killers today are like, you don't know how good you had it. But it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, because even the introduction of proposing to investigate these things, they're like, shut up, science bitch.
And he's
dude,
looked at like a villain.
Yes. Yeah.
But thankfully, before the Thuggish Constable can do as told, Ichabod arrives, putting a stop to it. He insists that they do not yet know the cause of this man's death. The High Constable counters simply that when you find a body in the river, the cause of death is drowning. And though Ichabod accepts this as a possibility, that this could be so if there's water in the lungs, he suggests that by pathology, they might be able to determine whether or not this man was dead before he went into the river. He pleads with his superior to allow him to examine the body, only for the High Constable to respond incredulously. Cut him up? What are we, heathens?
I think y'all might be.
Yeah.
The pair are then interrupted when two constables, one of them played by Philip Martin Brown, drag an uncredited man in front of the High Constable, the man dead on his feet and his face beaten bloody. The superior asks what happened to the man, with the constable answering that it's nothing, arrested for burglary. And with that, the High Constable gestures over to a hole in the floor, and the suspected burglar is hurled into it with a kick in the ass. A shackled door slams shut on top of him. Ichabod's eyes widen at their boorish behavior, but the High Constable commends their good work. The next morning at the City of New York Municipal Watch House, Ichabod stands in a crowded courtroom before the tall wooden bench of the burgomaster, played by Christopher Lee, who is flanked on his left by the High Constable.
Sir Christopher Lee.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
It's like, what do
What
we
more?
really?
Yeah.
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 But he is Count Dooku. He is in Lord of the Rings. He's Saruman. He's Ansem in Kingdom Hearts 2 and House of Dracula from 58.
Mm-hmm.
Scott of the Antarctic, if I am correct, from 48.
God damn.
48.
Incredible career.
Yes.
I was so excited to see him. I gasped because I did not. I mean, obviously at 10, I probably didn't know who the fuck he was. But like seeing him, it was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And I knew that those corn rigs at the beginning were Bonnie. I should have known that Christopher Lee's ass was around there.
It was a teaser.
Yeah.
But that was one of the things that I had mentioned at the top, is this film being this homage to Hammer horror.
Yeah.
And him giving Christopher Lee a cameo was one of the biggest parts of it.
Okay.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
And hearing Tim Burton in interviews, he was just fanboying the entire time about having Christopher Lee there.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
But Ichabod announces that the millennium is almost upon them, and in a few months, they'll be living in the 19th century. Yet the courts continue to rely on medieval devices of torture. I will say it's not what the millennium is, but we'll let him. He's making very good points.
He's trying.
He is. The High Constable growls for Ichabod to stand down, but Ichabod counters that he will instead stand up for sense and justice.
I feel like that stand down was so aggressive for what is going on here. Like, he did not need to do all that.
He did not, and it's like, what did you expect him to say? You work with him.
Yeah, no shit.
But Spotty Man, played by Michael Feast, stands enclosed and imprisoned in a bespoke iron cage, its interior fitted with sharp spikes, which illustrate Ichabod's point on sight alone. Ichabod continues, turning his attention to the gallery, as he states that their jails overflow with men and women convicted on confessions worth no more than the one he currently holds in his hand. The burgomaster bangs his gavel, scolding Ichabod and recounting that this is a song they've heard from him more than once. The constable silenced. The burgomaster shares that there are two courses open to him. The first is to let Ichabod cool his heels in the cells until he learns respect for the dignity of his office. But before he can get to the second option, Ichabod begs his pardon, demanding to know why he's the only one who sees that to solve crimes and detect the guilty, they must use their brains to recognize vital clues using up-to-date scientific techniques. This sets the burgomaster up for the second course, revealing that there is a town upstate which will take 2 days' journey to the north in the Hudson Islands to reach, a town called Sleepy Hollow.
Roll credits. Sleepy Hollow is a fire-ass name for a town, though. It's so good.
This is a real town.
I want to go to there.
But Ichabod hasn't heard of Sleepy Hollow, and the burgomaster continues that it is an isolated farming community, mainly Dutch, but he shares that 3 people have been murdered there, all within a fortnight, each one found with their head lopped off. Ichabod repeats these words in a whisper as the burgomaster elaborates. Clean as dandelion heads, apparently. It's very frightening, firstly, just to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I did think that him mentioning dandelion heads was very interesting, considering a visual that we see later in the film.
Oh.
Okay.
But Ichabod can only gulp, and the burgomaster suggests that maybe he could take his experimentations of his to Sleepy Hollow to detect the murderer and bring him back to New York City to face justice.
That's crazy, because it sounds like you guys want me to do what I'm trying to do here over there. It sounds like you just don't want me here.
They're like, try it out first.
Yeah.
You can help with this one.
Yeah, but over there.
Or maybe they're like, I hear he's chopping people's heads off over there.
Oh, Ichabod. I think it's very it's very funny how adamant that Ichabod is about performing these autopsies to determine actual causes of death, but he's so squeamish.
Yeah.
But thinking about it, I guess that does play better than him being like, we should cut them all up.
Well,
like
that would be a problem.
Maybe that wouldn't read as well.
Like, I think he's chopping these people's heads off. But you, honestly, I thought you would want him eating a sandwich and stuff with the...
He's not the coroner.
Okay.
He's not the coroner.
Yeah, that's true.
The coroner should be eating sandwiches.
But a clearly nervous Ichabod accepts the assignment. But the burgomaster, his eyes unblinking, bids him to remember that it is he, Ichabod Crane, who is now put to the test. And I think this is one of the biggest but most important changes from the short story.
Mm-hmm.
In Irving's original tale, Ichabod Crane is a schoolmaster.
Oh.
And nothing to do with the police, nothing to do with crime scene investigation.
Yeah.
Or anything.
He is in the cartoon too, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. So it's such an important change because it sets up literally everything and puts him right in the middle of this big mystery.
Right.
I again, when you adapt a story, I understand that there are people who love that story very much and want you to adapt it exactly as it was told. But sometimes when you do make these creative changes and choices,
Yeah.
you can come up with something really, really interesting and original.
Yeah, and I don't think it matters that he's not a teacher. I think him being a detective or inspector or whatever, it fits better here. If he was a teacher, it'd be like, how the hell do we
is
get
it?
him? Yeah.
I think it even, like you were saying, works better because it's like fuels his motivation to be there in the mix of it and not be like, oh, fuck this, you know?
He has ulterior motives in the story, and honestly, Ichabod in the story is kind of a piece of shit.
What?
But that's just that you feel bad for him because he's bullied, and you're like, I don't think that's fair that he's bullied. But it's like you're also
He's
kind of an
ugly
asshole.
and he's an asshole.
Well, he
you gotta
has,
pick one.
I'll explain.
Can't be both, huh?
You're like, pick a struggle.
Pick one struggle.
There is something that I'll explain a little bit later that'll probably surprise you both.
Okay.
But I have to introduce another character to get there.
Got
Alright.
it.
But later, in his loft, backlit by sunlight beaming past anatomical models through the window at the far wall, Ichabod collects his belongings at a table in the center of the room. Various instruments, tools, and textbooks gathered into his leather bag and clasped closed. But before he can make his exit, Ichabod lifts open a large bird cage, calmly clutching a chittering cardinal that rests inside and releasing it through his opened window. As it flies freely into the morning sky, Ichabod glances down to the street, where his horse-drawn carriage and its coachman have arrived to take him to Sleepy Hollow.
I'm glad he at least knew that this was a horror movie, so the bird's got to go.
Yes,
'Cause if
thank
not-
you.
Yeah.
This is Podmortem.
Yes.
It
They don't
happens
fare well.
too often. But autumnal trees line the edge of the Hudson River as the dark carriage and its black horses carry Ichabod closer to his destination, the score rising ominously as the wisps of the opening credits return, and through the colorful leaves falling from skeletal trees, we get the title, Sleepy Hollow. The letters dissipate as the stagecoach rides on, Ichabod resting in his seat, which is lined in red velvet. The fabric, not the delicious cake.
Well, damn.
Yeah, I know. We're all disappointed. But he retrieves a book from his bag, opening it to reveal the sketches inside, which were obviously done by Ichabod. They curse modern conventions of torture on the left page as inhumane with no revelation of truth, and lauding his own ideals on the right page of following clues and using reason and deduction to detect the truth. I don't know why this is very funny to me. It's like, yeah, we know what he's about.
Yeah.
In case you weren't listening back
No.
at the courthouse.
Yeah, I imagine him sketching these while he's getting chewed out. So you don't know what you're talking about, man. But he turns the page, revealing a small drawing of the Hudson River, separating New York City and New Jersey, with the village of Sleepy Hollow resting in the north. Underneath is a list of the 3 decapitated victims who recently lost their lives to a mysterious murderer. Peter Van Garrett, a prominent landowner, Dirk Van Garrett, Peter's son, and Emily Winship, a widow. Ichabod mulls it over as he peers out of his window, the carriage passing by towering trees, the horses trudging through a bed of crisp leaves as we rise above the outstretched and now naked branches from which they fell. But back inside the carriage, as Ichabod clutches a surgical tool, he can't help but take a look at his own hand, where a symmetrical grid of pinpricked scars rest upon the soft flesh of his palm.
Well, that's concerning.
Mm-hmm.
I almost thought that the device he's holding did that until we learn later.
Okay.
So I was like, dude, chill out. Like,
It's like trial and error.
Yeah.
The score ascends dramatically as the ride continues into the early evening, the stagecoach silhouetted against blue clouds between the shadowy trees, with Ichabod fast asleep in the back. But the constable awakens sharply when the howling of wolves echo through the surrounding forest, prompting him to draw the curtain closed. Ichabod finally arrives to the village of Sleepy Hollow, a bag in each hand as the stagecoach rides away, and he marches down a dirt path leading into the town proper, through a pair of columns where the marble heads of deer rest perched at the top, and past the stone wall of the cemetery adjacent to the church. He continues on curiously through the town square, surveying the colonial buildings on either side of him, appearing puzzled as the town folks spy him through their windows, only to close their shutters as he passes them by.
Not exactly a warm welcome.
No.
Yeah, I figured that people would be told, look, we're getting outside help, or somebody's coming to investigate, and everybody's like, oh, not this dude.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, did my bosses tell me?
It's like, dude, nobody wants me around.
But at a distance, Ichabod spots a few uncredited but armed men exiting the area for their lookout spots, leaving behind Jonathan Masbeth, played by Mark Spalding, and his son, young Masbeth, played by Mark Pickering. The father and son stand beneath the tall ladder of a rudimentary watchtower, Jonathan offering his son silent assurances before climbing the ladder with a rifle slung over his shoulder. But Ichabod marches onward through the billowing fog until he reaches a long and winding path, which leads up to a manor on the hill. Ichabod ascends the path, passing another pretty awesome scarecrow, its head also a flickering jack-o'-lantern, before finally reaching the door to the house. Before we press on, I do want to talk about the production design and art direction of this film.
Okay.
So the production designer was a guy called Rick Heinrichs, who was another Burton mainstay, and he would actually win an Academy Award for his work on this film.
Okay.
Deservedly.
Yes. Yeah. But as it turns out, the original intention had been to shoot Sleepy Hollow exactly where Irving's story takes place, throughout upstate New York and the Hudson Valley.
Oh.
But when the location scouting proved unsuccessful, with Burton not wanting the film to look naturalistic, and when there was no readily available studio space for them in New York, they decided that they would go instead to England.
Okay.
Which is a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually the producer's idea, and Tim Burton, I did not know this, filmed the entirety of his Batman film in England.
Oh, wow.
And so he's like, yeah, sure. So they had hoped at first that they could find a town just as it was to utilize, but instead they ended up building one from the ground up, from scratch. They had started at first with a model before they got going, just to make sure that everything would be formatted properly. But they built the entire town of Sleepy Hollow in a place called Lime Tree Valley. I think it's near Marlow, just outside of London.
Okay.
And it took 3 months to build with the help of about 100 artisans.
Damn.
Heinrichs described the style as colonial expressionism by way of Dr. Seuss.
Love it.
It's fantastic. But of their 6-month production, they only filmed for about a month there. And the rest of the film, which they said was about 75% of it, was shot on studio stages at Levston and Shepperton.
Okay.
I thought it might be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't, it like fits. I don't know how to explain it.
It does. I feel like there are times when you can tell that this is like a set piece, but I don't think that it hurts at all from the movie.
No, it like adds to it in a weird way.
Yeah.
That was exactly Tim Burton's intention.
Okay.
They had said that what they were trying to cultivate was the atmosphere that Tim Burton experienced watching those Hammer horror films and Mario Bava's Black Sunday.
Okay.
He said that he wanted to marry the town that they built with these stage sets by making even the sections shot on location feel as though they were shot on a studio set.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said that it kind of added to the charm of the film and was part of the fabric of what he was hoping to create, kind of giving the story and the film a feeling of a fairy tale.
Right. No, and it works.
It does.
Definitely.
There's just something that is so wholly its own, even though it's an homage to all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it is just because I saw this first as a kid or whatever.
Right.
But it does have that feeling that it's almost this built-in nostalgia.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple, I think maybe it's at the very, very beginning when they're in New York, when we see New York. I don't know. But there was a scene where I was like, this very much reminds me of scenes in Whitechapel and From Hell.
Very fair.
And I'm like, is that just because it was another hyperfixation movie with Johnny Depp? Like, but I was like, this literally looks like Whitechapel from maybe the horses and the care. I don't know, and that added nothing to this, but it was a thought I had.
I'm glad to hear it.
Thanks.
And it's also, it's England as well.
Yes, yeah.
So maybe that's
I
part of it.
instinctually knew for sure.
Let's move on. But setting down his bags, Ichabod reaches for the bull-shaped door knocker, alerting the occupants inside of his arrival. But before the door is answered, something catches his attention. An amorous couple next to him on the porch, shrouded in shadows and really going after it.
I was like,
mind your business.
I guess. I'm like, this is Whitechapel. Goddamn. A little decorum, please.
Thank you.
Nah.
No.
But Ichabod averts his eyes awkwardly as the door in front of him yawns open, vibrant music spilling out into the night as he's invited inside of the crowded home. He makes his way through the main hall, through surrounding townsfolk, men, women, and children, gathered together in dance and casual conversation until he makes his way over to a group by the fireplace. At the center spins a blindfolded Katrina Van Tassel, played by Christina Ricci, in the middle of a game, beckoning at the townsfolk who encircle her.
Christina Ricci. Again, come on. Addams Family in 91, Casper in 95. There's, so much more stuff, but...
No, she's an icon. She's been in everything. She's been around forever.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And even though we knew her, as Wednesday Addams as a little girl, she still looks so young in this.
Yeah.
She looks like a kid. Also, I do want to shout out Yellow Jackets.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
I am rewatching Yellow
currently
Jackets.
Killing it on Yellow Jackets.
Dude, she's so good. I just love her.
But Katrina beckons. The Pickety Witch, the Pickety Witch. Who's got a kiss for the Pickety Witch? And just as Ichabod passes by, she reaches out for him blindly, her hands caressing the side of his face. She guesses him to be someone called Theodore, which Ichabod promptly corrects, begging her pardon and introducing himself as only a stranger. But Katrina still insists on offering him a kiss on account, planting her kind affection on his cheek. But behind them stands a bewildered Brom Van Brunt, played by Casper Van Dien, who eyes Ichabod irefully.
Casper Van Dien, he was in Alita, Battle Angel in 2019. He was Johnny Rico in Starship Troopers in 97. And he was Johnny Cage in the Mortal Kombat TV show from 2011 to 2013.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that existed.
I didn't need it's Mortal Kombat Legacy or Legends or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of the show, but I do remember seeing when it was going to come out, and I was like, man, I want to watch that. And I just never did. But looking up his credits, I was like, oh, shit, he was Johnny Cage.
Maybe you'll watch it now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But Katrina removes her blindfold, her sly smile sinking as she gazes up at Ichabod Crane, who explains that he's looking for Baltus Van Tassel. Katrina introduces herself as Baltus's daughter, and Brom interrupts them, shooting a suspicious glance through Ichabod and asking who he is, as they've yet to hear his name. Ichabod counters that he hasn't said it, before excusing himself.
It's like that was kind of dickish.
Yeah. That's the Ichabod I know. But before he can exit the conversation, Brom seizes him by the shoulders, scolding that Ichabod needs to learn some manners. Katrina attempts to calm the quarrel, but Brom only unhands Ichabod when Baltus Van Tassel, played by Michael Gambon, enters the room with Lady Van Tassel, his wife, played by Miranda Richardson.
Sir Michael Gambon
Ooh.
has a credit, and I remember him, and I was like, oh, I know that guy. Ollie G in the House, 2002. He was also in Toys in 92 and The King's Speech in 2010. And I mean...
He's another one.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
for sure.
He's also Dumbledore.
That's
Oh,
right.
shit, that's right.
Yeah.
And real quick, Miranda Richardson, she was in The Crying Game in 92, Churchill in 2017, and Spider in 02.
Very cool. I feel like now is a good time to tell you a little bit more about Ichabod in the short story. So again, as I said, he's a school teacher, and he is often pranked and bullied by Brom and his group of friends.
Okay.
For some reason, this is a big switch from the film and the short story. In the short story, Ichabod is incredibly superstitious.
Okay.
He fucking believes everything. In the film, he's all completely ruled by logic and reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think that works better for the film.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But the reason that he is going to Sleepy Hollow in the short story, from my recollection, is he does have feelings for Katrina, and it is this kind of competition between him and Brom.
Okay.
But he is said to have designs on Katrina, but more interested in Baltus Van Tassel's land.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
And
Ichabod.
Yeah.
like what he would do with it. And there's also a section of him really talking a lot about eating like pies and cakes there.
Oh,
and shit.
that's not what I thought you were.
Yeah. No.
Look,
Yeah.
I don't understand. I just said.
Sorry, go on.
No, he loves her. He does. And he would do it. But the most important thing is that he's kind of a gold digger.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you do feel sympathy for him because you're like, this dude's getting bullied by fucking Brom.
Right.
And he gets very, very pranked later.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that in just a bit.
So would he, like the way that it's portrayed, would he still feel that way if
I think
Katrina's dad was just a regular ass dude?
I think that it's a big part of it. The fact that he could inherit such things.
Right.
So it's very beneficial to the feelings that he may already have. I don't know. I don't know that he would.
Interesting.
But Baltus gains the attention of the room as he announces that there will be no raised voices and there should only be raised spirits during this dark time, which is why he and his dear wife are giving this little party. Turning his eyes to Ichabod, Baltus welcomes him to their home, even if he is selling something. But after thanking Baltus for his hospitality, Ichabod retrieves a letter from his jacket pocket, introducing himself properly as a constable sent from New York City to investigate the recent murders in Sleepy Hollow.
It's just now occurring to me, this is a small place. Like, everybody knows each other, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Is it in poor taste to be having this party when 3 people were just beheaded?
Too soon.
Yeah.
It doesn't, and I didn't even think about it.
No.
And also, it's kind of fucked up because they are throwing this party, but there are also people at home that are shutting their shutters whenever Ichabod.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't invited.
They're grieving.
Oh, it's like,
And
we
then-
can come. You don't have to.
At the mansion, it's Pickety Witch. Have some respect. Damn.
And honestly, now that you mention it, it does kind of cast a shadow of suspicion over Baltus Van Tassel
Yeah.
when you think of it that way.
Because it's like, you know what we need? A distraction.
Yes. Yeah.
But Brom crosses over to caress Katrina at her shoulders, making way for an approaching Reverend Steenwick, played by registered sex offender and scumbag piece of shit Jeffrey Jones, who stares at Ichabod suspiciously from beneath his powdered wig. Lady Van Tassel is grateful to have Ichabod here in Sleepy Hollow, hoping that he will honor them by remaining in their home. Baltus concurs, offering to get Ichabod settled in and imploring the townsfolk to continue the party in their stead. A trio of violinists return to their jovial arrangement as a seated Magistrate Samuel Phillips, played by Richard Griffiths, catches eye with Dr. Thomas Lancaster, played by Ian McDermott, who excuses himself from his wife, played by Gabrielle Lloyd.
Richard Griffiths. He was in Hugo in 2011. The Naked Gun 2.5, The Smell of Fear, 91. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, personal favorite of mine, in 05. And Harry Potter, was that 01? First one was 01?
He's Uncle Vernon.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Ian McDermott, it's fucking Chancellor Palpatine.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I completely forgot he was here. And then seeing him, I mean, the cast is crazy as it is.
It is.
But seeing him here, I was like, dude, are you fucking serious?
And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is close to where they filmed the Phantom Menace.
Okay. Damn.
Is that episode 1?
Are you okay?
Yes.
I'm fine. No, because I'm trying to remember which Palpatine he was, or if Palpatine has always been the same Palpatine.
No, I believe he was the emperor.
Like throughout?
Yeah, then he's chancellor. Right?
That's why.
Yeah.
So I wasn't wrong.
No, yeah.
Okay, nay.
I didn't say anything.
You were suspicious. But upstairs in his rather drab quarters, Ichabod unpacks the instruments from his bag. Sarah, a housekeeper played by Jessica Oyelowo, brings Ichabod a pitcher of fresh water, which he thanks her for, instructing her to alert Baltus that he's on his way downstairs. Sarah assures Ichabod that she'll pass the message along, but before she leaves, she leans against a wooden support beam at the center of the room, offering within a relieved breath, "Thank God you're here," before making her exit.
That would scare me.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, it's like, I would be appreciative of this big city constable coming here after the fucking people I know got their heads chopped off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, it could point to something more close.
It could.
But sometime later, Ichabod enters a parlor downstairs, discovering an entire group awaiting his arrival. Baltus and Lady Van Tassel standing at the fireplace with Sarah and Magistrate Phillips, Dr. Lancaster perched nearer to the door, and Reverend Steenwick hovering above a seated notary James Hardenbrook, played by Michael Goff, all of whom turn to face Ichabod as he creeps cautiously into the room.
Michael Goff, Alfred,
Yeah.
in 4 Batman movies.
Damn.
I believe Batman, and then what? Batman Returns, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin. He was also in A Christmas Carol in 84.
Very good.
Yeah.
I was
Good year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was surprised that even with the different Batmen, he stayed.
Yes. Yeah. And he does a great job.
He does. But Baltus greets Ichabod with a wide smile, inviting him in and excusing Lady Van Tassel and Sarah from the room before introducing the rest of the men who surround the chairs encircling the fireplace. He ends with Hardenbrook, who turns to face Ichabod from his seat, gazing upward at him with one cloudy eye and the other unoccluded. Ichabod inquires about Baltus's profession, the man of the house chuckling, describing himself as a simple farmer who has prospered, adding that the town looks to him as friend and counsel. Phillips clutches a saucer and a cup of tea, snarkily proposing, and landlord, and banker, asking somewhat annoyedly if they can just proceed. Ichabod thanks him for this suggestion, and after consulting one of his books, he stalks across the room, recounting the 3 persons murdered. First, Peter Van Garrett and his son, Dirk Van Garrett. Ichabod assuming them to be strong, capable men, but were found together, decapitated. The gathered men respond uneasily to Ichabod's summation, the constable continuing that 1 week later, the widow Winship was also found decapitated. He crosses back to the other side of the room, supposing that he'll need to ask them many questions, the first of which seems quite obvious. Do they have a suspect for these crimes? But this inquiry alone causes Phillips to choke on his tea, and all of the other men turn to Baltus to answer for them. Baltus wonders how much Ichabod's superiors have explained to him about what has happened here, and Ichabod understands only that there were 3 slain in open ground, and that their heads were found severed from their bodies. But Reverend Steenwick offers a simple but crucial correction. Their heads were not found near their bodies. Their heads were not found at all. Ichabod's eyebrows raise as he trembles. Their heads are gone? And Notary Hardenbrook amends this assessment. Their heads were taken by the Headless Horseman, taken back to hell.
Was that last thing you said?
Yeah. It's like, no, my superiors did not.
I was not properly briefed for this.
When Ichabod struggles to grasp the gravity of what he's just been told, Baltus suggests that he should have a seat, and he does. As Ichabod reaches nervously for a cup of tea, Baltus explains that the horseman was a Hessian mercenary sent to these shores by German princes to keep Americans under the yoke of England. But unlike his compatriots who came for money, the horseman came for love of carnage. As we glide past Baltus and descend into the flames flickering in the hearth behind him, he adds that when battle was joined, there you'd find the horseman. He rode a giant black steed named Daredevil, infamous for riding his horse hard into battle, chopping off heads at full gallop. And through the fire, we're taken back in time, watching as the Hessian horseman, played by Christopher Walken, ascends a hill on horseback, the golden glow of a campfire the only light in the evening, as he descends for the enemy battalion below him, his hair a wild mane, his eyes mad, and his teeth sharp in his snarling mouth.
Christopher Walken. I mean, I shouldn't have to say any more than that.
No.
But The Deer Hunter in 78, The Dead Zone in 83, Wayne's World 2, 93.
Right.
Great movie. The Prophecy in 95. I mean, there's so much stuff that he's done.
Yeah. And this role is so thankless because it's very cool that he's here, of course, and all the things that we get to see him do.
Yeah.
But I believe his only line is, "Ah!"
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting.
That was my question. Why can't he talk again? He's like, what's Spiro Agnew? He's just...
From Futurama.
Yeah, from Futurama, yes.
Wow.
Well, he is headless.
That is true.
Yeah, I it is funny because his presence is so intense that the horseman is not him for most of the film.
No.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you feel like you see a lot more of Christopher Walken than you do, especially you're right. He doesn't say anything. We don't even get a wow. We don't get anything. Nothing.
I think after each decapitation,
He should have.
we should have one.
Yes.
I demand. Before you dive into this iconic legend, I did want to talk a little bit about something I found very interesting. I saw on a featurette for the film. First of all, they talked about prepping him and how they had to get him custom contacts because...
Yeah.
And I didn't hear any horror stories that I usually hear about contacts, so it was fine. But Christopher Walken said that he knew nothing about riding horses, and the dislike that he has for horses is mutual. So he was stressed out about that aspect of the film. So they said that they used a horse that was built for Elizabeth Taylor for the film National Velvet in 1944.
Wow.
It's a mechanical horse that they updated. They said they only had to update it slightly. They put skin and fur over it and then fitted it with remote control features to operate. So people were making it blink or making it its eyes move back and forth, making its head twitch. And they had steam that would come out from his nose. It looks like a fucking horse. At no point did I think that any horse in this film was not a real fucking horse.
No.
Yeah.
That's
And so-
incredible.
You fooled me.
Yeah. They said almost all of the time that you see Christopher Walken as the Headless Horseman riding a horse, it is that horse built in 1944 for Elizabeth Taylor.
That's amazing.
Damn.
And I will say the lack of lines is absolutely okay because of the caliber of Christopher Walken's kind of, aside from the snarling, silent performance.
Yeah.
Right.
Even later in the film that we see, there's so much conveyed through just facial expression.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But the horseman unsheathes his sword, wading through the sea of countless bayoneted muskets, decapitating all those unfortunate enough to stand in the way of his blade. But Baltus continues to describe his ferocious actions and appearance as the horseman grunts with each sinister swing of his sword, making short work of the men before him. But sometime later, he rides through the snow-covered plains of Sleepy Hollow into the western wood, Daredevil catching a bullet and collapsing onto the pristine ground, as Baltus narrates that the Hessian horseman didn't reach his end until the winter of 79. The Hessian pets his dying horse, blood coating its black mane as the sound of gunfire grows closer and uncredited soldiers chase after him. The horseman takes off running, slipping past the thin snow-covered trees and into seeming sanctuary as he's pursued. He creeps into a clearing, stumbling upon two young girls in pink dresses, played by Tessa Allen Ridge and Cassandra Farndale. The sisters peer up at the horseman, the one on the left clutching a bundle of sticks, and the sister on the right holding one thin branch firmly in her grasp. The horseman brings a finger to his lips, earnestly shushing the girls and urging them not to make a sound, only for the sister on the right to make full eye contact with him as she lifts the twig in her hands and snaps it loudly.
I remember when I was a kid, I was like, I can't believe she did that.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, dude, of course, that is the scariest man I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Like, help, please.
Did you see that he filed his teeth 2 points?
On purpose.
On purpose to
Be
scare
scary?
me? Come get him.
See, this is we're talking. What about?
That's true.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not as bad as I look.
Right, I don't like the teeth anymore.
No, I shouldn't have done it. I regret it a lot. Something interesting, just a sidebar, but that's 2 very iconic moments for characters that Christopher Walken has played with the shushing.
Yeah.
You remember from Prophecy?
Oh, that's right.
I was like, that's wild. But the sound of the snapped twig reverberates through the forest, the other sister dropping her bundle and taking off running as the soldiers descend upon the horsemen, racing for the source of the sound. Defiant till the end, the horseman unsheathes his sword along with an axe, laying waste to the first wave of soldiers who attempt their attack, leaving them scattered, limbless, and decapitated. The little girl who snapped the twig lingers in the trees, watching as the horseman's efforts eventually prove futile. As he goes to block an encroaching swing of a sword, he leaves his torso open for another soldier's blade to be buried deep within his stomach. He does not take it well. An animalistic... All he does is the only thing that he does, really. So it's like, I don't know if you're upset or...
This is just baseline.
But an animalistic cry escapes him as he crumbles to his knees, breathing heavily as an uncredited soldier retrieves the horseman's sword, and from below, we watch as it's brought down through his neck. This shot, when I was a kid, scared the hell out of me, just the way that he's breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree.
That stayed with me.
Yeah, it looks cool.
But Baltus puts it simply. They chopped off his head with his own sword, and even today, the western woods are a haunted place where brave men will not venture. As we observe the following events of that fateful day in 1779, when the horseman's body is sunk deep into the soil, his head tossed down into his makeshift grave, Baltus continues that what was planted into the ground that day was a seed of evil. With the grave filled in, the soldiers plant the horseman's sword into the dirt as a grave marker, but all alone now, the bloodied daredevil returns to the graveside of his wrathful rider, whinnying a sorrowful sound. Baltus recounts that so it has been for 20 years, but now the Hessian wakes on a rampage, cutting off heads where he finds them. Ichabod's teacup clatters against the saucer in his shaky hands, prompting him to set both down on a side table before asking Baltus if he's sincerely saying that this is what he believes.
This was funny because I was unsure if he was like so pissed off that he was shaking and he's like, you really want me to believe this bullshit? or if he was scared.
Yeah.
No, he's terrified.
Absolutely.
He's like, Lisa, you're scaring your mother.
But Hardenbrook leans forward from his seat, suggesting instead to Ichabod that seeing is believing. Ichabod stands doubtful, but Steenwick shares that he's been told Ichabod has brought books and trappings of scientific investigation with him. But seizing a large text, he proposes just one book for Ichabod to read instead, the heaviness of the Holy Bible landing like a brick on the side table next to him.
Boring.
It's like you thought you ate with that.
He really did.
Ichabod lifts the cover, discovering upon its first page is a sprawling family tree, and through the faint branches, he finds a kinship between the Van Garretts and the Van Tassels. But with that, Ichabod rises once again, declaring his skepticism to the story he was just told, and insisting that murder needs no ghosts to come from the grave, explaining that they have murders in New York without the benefit of ghouls and goblins. Or long-legged beasties.
Yes.
Baltus, however, reminds Ichabod that he is indeed a long way from New York. But Ichabod declares confidently that the assassin is a man of flesh and blood, and he will discover him. Something I do want to mention, because we grew up, I think all three of us, with that cartoon from, I think, the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are, to my mind, several homages to that cartoon in this film.
I love that.
I think one of them is that shaking teacup,
Okay.
because I remember Ichabod being petrified as Brom was singing that song about the horseman.
Yes.
And I swear that was one of the
Okay.
things. He also ate a peppery egg, which did not end up here.
Dude, that egg looked good as fuck.
It did until then. But in the stillness of the evening, strings sing suspensefully in the score as we find Jonathan Masbeth perched at his post, his rifle pointed toward the trees on his night watch. But suddenly, a flock of sheep race past him, bleating frightfully, which catches Jonathan's attention.
So I feel like we can all agree that this guy in a watchtower watching the tree line really all put us in the mood to watch The Village. I think that's a safe.
I'm going to keep watching Sleepy Hollow. The ending is really good.
You watch it
Yeah, me and JP will be over on this side.
I mean, I want to finish this, but after.
So, Jonathan Masbeth. Look, to be fair, I don't really remember much of The Village except for my disappointment at the end.
It's still good.
And I was also a child.
I loved it as a child. And it's still good.
The cast is great.
Yes.
Yeah, that I do remember. I remember some things, but
it's still really good. I watched it recently with Kristen. She'd never seen it before, and she guessed the ending, so I had to gaslight her for the whole film.
That's not even close.
Why don't you shut the hell up and watch it?
How about that? But as Jonathan peers out from his post, he watches as a wispy fog floats out of the forest, reaching outward like fingers to snuff out the light of the torches that once burned brightly at the perimeter.
that's what I want my haunted forest to be. Haunted like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, you can't even go near that.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Yeah.
It was very creepy. I thought you meant cautious. Like, you can't leave
No,
these burning.
but that's good too.
It's helpful, at least. But Jonathan leans forward, pulling back the hammer of his rifle and bidding the devil to come out. After a herd of deer race fearfully from the trees, the heavy plodding of hooves approaches from the darkness. Jonathan's eyes widen in confusion and terror as a gunshot echoes through the silence of Sleepy Hollow. But when we return to Jonathan, he races frenzied through the trees, lightning flashing around him as the headless horseman chases after him.
Was it funny to anybody else? We don't see how he got chased out of the
Yeah.
out of the tower.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know. Even as a child, I was like, dude, you got the sanctuary.
Yeah, why don't
Right
you run
there.
away?
Why
Yeah.
would you do that?
The fiend unsheathes his sword, easily catching up to the watchman, and with an effortless thrust, he decapitates him. Jonathan's body clatters to the leaves of the forest floor, and his tumbling head settles upright, a look of horror forever frozen on his face.
This all looked really fucking cool.
Yeah.
I saw on that featurette how they were able to accomplish these beheadings because, spoiler alert, there are more. So they made a plaster, like a life cast of each of the actors' faces who are going to be beheaded. And they painted them in silicone. They meticulously painted the eyeballs to put in the cast. They punched in each hair one by one. They took dental molds of the actors and made acrylic teeth. Like, these are fucking high quality casts.
Yeah.
And aside from just how good they look, they said that Tim Burton really wanted the heads to spin whenever they're decapitated. So they had the heads on a device that would spin on the shoulders of the body. The bodies are completely fake in these shots.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
When they pull back for the wide shots, they're body parts being held together by electromagnets. And when they hit a button, they fall realistically when the magnets like demagnetize, like the knees buckle, like it's all so strategic.
Oh.
And because I thought, well, like you put something over the head,
Right.
and it's like, no, that body's fake, completely
Right.
fake, held together by fucking magnets.
That's crazy.
But for the Headless Horseman, they actually did use a blue hood and then digitally removed it and replaced the backgrounds with just a clean plate. But then they went back and digitally added the collar for the cape. So every time you see the collar when he's swinging his sword and riding the horse and running around, that collar's always digital.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because you think about it through every
Yes.
shot, every motion,
Yeah.
to have to match that.
Yes.
That's amazing.
You would never think it's so meticulous and it looks so good. And I watched them kind of do in the order that they said it, with removing the blue head and then replacing the background. And then once they added the collar, it's like, oh my God, yeah, that's why it looked weird. Like the collar is so a part of it and you don't realize it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was very impressed.
It's honestly amazing the work that they do in this film. And there were a lot of moments throughout where I just had this feeling of they don't make films like this anymore.
No.
You just feel it, you know?
Yeah.
I can't remember what I had watched recently, and I had told y'all, remember when movies looked like movies?
Yeah.
This is very that.
Well, it's the care. You can tell
Yeah.
the care and the time they put into everything.
Yeah. And it shows.
It does.
Yeah.
I think I absolutely am feeling that a little more strongly because I just recently saw a set photo, quote unquote, from I guess the new Avengers film, and like a photo from the set, and it's literally just a fucking blue screen.
Yeah.
And you watch these films and you look and you see like they built a whole village. They have this expansive forest, which they said was the biggest set ever built in a studio in England at the time.
Damn.
And you're like, this level of care and attention, I understand you talk about being cost effective or whatever, but this is what shows on screen.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And we're lacking that a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like even just as someone who I always dreamed of being in movies ever since I could dream.
Me too,
for anything,
yeah.
I feel like that wouldn't even be fun. I feel like it wouldn't be stimulating. It would be because what are we doing? What are we reacting to? What's the
Yeah.
environment? You know what I
Like,
mean? Like
It's that.
Imagine trees. Yeah. You know what trees are like. We'll put them in post. It's like, how do I even...
you remember trees?
There's trees outside. Can I just go stand next to them?
Yeah.
No, you
Like,
can't. We don't know how to do that.
It's just a bummer. But going back and watching movies like this, it's like, man, you really do feel it, and it sadly now is even more appreciated.
Yeah.
And it is, I think, movies of a certain budget, because this film cost $70 million.
Yeah.
And you can understand why.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
But that next morning, Ichabod arrives at the stables to meet Killian, played by Stephen Waddington, who guides Gunpowder, a horse, out of the stable for him to ride. Ichabod asserts that the horse will do just fine, offering a slap on its hind quarters, dust rising from the impact, which seems to startle him. Killian just smiles, offering his assistance should Ichabod need anything at all. But we then watch as Elizabeth Killian, his wife, played by Claire Skinner, offers kind words and assurances to a pregnant patient of hers as she exits her office. Elizabeth then calls out to Thomas Killian, their young son, played by Sean Stevens, that it's time to come inside. As the little boy races for his mother, Killian scoops him up off of his feet, offering him a kiss on the cheek and instructing him not only to run along for breakfast, but to give his mother 2 kisses, one for Thomas and one for him.
I'm immediately worried.
I know.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
This is too sweet. But off in the distance, an unnamed man rides through a field on horseback, firing his rifle into the air as his shaking voice shouts, "Murder! The horseman's killed again!" At this dreadful proclamation, Killian races into the stable to gather a horse for himself, and after struggling to navigate gunpowder in the proper direction, Ichabod follows him into the forest.
Gunpowder's doing his best, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like, is it too much to ask to just see one of these horses get their feet cleaned? Please?
What?
Yeah.
What, you mean like those videos that
Yes, they're
So popular now?
satisfying, Yes.
They're so satisfying. He deserves it. That's all I'm saying.
At least clean his dusty back.
Yeah.
God
Something.
damn. Who's taking care of these horses? But deep in the woods, a crowd has gathered around the headless corpse of Jonathan Masbeth. We see Baltus, Brom, Lancaster, Phillips, Reverend Steenwick, and Van Ripper, played by Tony Maudsley. Baltus urges an uncredited Mr. Miller to race back to town for the coffin cart, instructing the rest of the men to keep a sharp lookout. But Ichabod finally arrives at the crime scene with Killian, the constable clumsily dismounting his horse, announcing that it's all right, he's here now.
I laughed out loud because his mouth does not move at
No.
all. It's a funny line, but you could tell they liked it because they're like, no, we're adding it in.
Lancaster crosses the victim's arms over his body before stepping away from it as Ichabod approaches, somberly declaring the fourth victim to be Jonathan Masbeth. Ichabod glances down at the body lying on a bed of leaves, the stump of the corpse's neck cut cleanly across, his severed spine resting at the center of the red wound. In a high-pitched voice, Ichabod offers, "I see." He then asks about Jonathan's severed head, Phillips answering stoically, "Taken." Ichabod considers this to be interesting, and Baltus wonders what the constable finds to be interesting about it, and Ichabod explains that in a headless corpse case of this sort, the head is removed to prevent identification of the body. Baltus doesn't understand. They all know that this is Jonathan Masbeth, and Ichabod counters that that is precisely it. If they all know who he is, then why was the head removed? Baltus intones, "Why?" with Ichabod answering, "Right."
This is all very funny.
It is
Yeah.
great. Ichabod then approaches Lancaster, accusing him of having moved the body, Lancaster admitting that he did, which inspires Ichabod to loudly scold him. "You must never move the body." Lancaster asks, "Why not?" And Ichabod answers simply, "Because."
You don't know.
I know. What the hell?
It's what sucks is he's right.
He is.
But he returns to the body, setting his bag down into the leaves, discovering heavy hoof prints planted into the dirt, and taking wide steps to follow the steeds. He notes that the stride is gigantic, and he follows the trail past the corpse, riding an invisible horse as he narrates the potential order of events. He supposes the attacker rode Jonathan Masbeth down, turned his horse, and came back to claim the head. He then approaches his bag on the ground, opening it to lift a rack, which is stacked with various concoctions in glass containers, settling it on top of the clasped lip of the satchel. Ichabod searches through his materials, selecting a vial of light green powder and dusting it onto the ground just above the opened neck of the corpse. It sizzles upon impact, smoke rising from the site of its spillage, Ichabod declaring to the confused crowd that there's a chemical reaction, which shows that there was a powerful, singular thrust to the neck.
That powder told you that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go home. Go home. I don't believe you anymore.
We never would have guessed.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit.
But this, to me, this is so Jack Skellington
1000%.
in his workshop.
Yeah.
Interesting reaction.
But what does it mean?
But Ichabod then reaches further into his belongings to retrieve a rather complicated contraption, a set of eyewear which he cinches around his head, a magnifying lens pressed tightly to his right eye, and on his left eye rests a protruding eyepiece that extends outward like a small scope. With a long pair of forceps, Ichabod peels the loose flesh at Jonathan's neck open, peering deep into the wound. only for a live beetle to crawl out of the opening at the corpse's throat. Ichabod lurches up with a guttural gasp, regaining his composure as he breathes shakily. Interesting. To the gathered crowd, he explains that the wound was cauterized at the very instant, as if the blade itself were red hot, and yet there is no blistering, no scorched flesh.
I feel like this isn't exactly disproving the hell theory.
No.
Yeah.
Phillips clutches his talisman close to his chest as he offers an answer in a whisper. The devil's fire.
Damn it.
Yeah. This leaves Ichabod speechless as he turns away from the men and the victim. But later, the townsfolk of Sleepy Hollow gather around the freshly dug grave of Jonathan Masbeth, Reverend Steenwick presiding over them, offering a not-so-comforting passage from the Bible. Because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. It's like, God damn.
What? It's enough already. It's already awful.
He provides a blessing, tossing dirt onto the coffin of the departed man, as young Masbeth stands solemnly at the grave of his father. Ichabod stands slightly off from the group, glancing over at a crying Katrina, Brom taking notice of this and wrapping a territorial arm around her as he stares daggers through Ichabod.
We get it, Brom.
This is all he's got, really?
Yeah.
It's his whole character. But the crowd disperses, the Reverend offering a comforting pat to young Masbeth's shoulder before joining them. But just as Ichabod attempts to depart with the rest of the townsfolk, Masbeth calls out to him, hustling over. Ichabod recognizes him as young Masbeth, but is promptly corrected. I was young Masbeth, but now the only one. He offers his services to the constable, in honor bound to avenge his father. Ichabod now addresses him as one and only Masbeth, which was very funny to me. But he thanks him politely, suggesting, though, that his mother will probably need him more than he does. Masbeth reveals that his mother is in heaven, and she has his father now to care for her, while Ichabod has no one to serve him.
He just said he was the only one.
Well, he thought it was the junior thing.
No!
Ichabod accepts this assessment, commending Masbeth's bravery, but declines his offer as he deems himself unable to look after him. Ichabod gives proper condolences for Masbeth's loss before turning to walk away, the young man returning to his father's freshly dug grave. But before Ichabod can get very far, he's stopped by Magistrate Phillips, who reveals something that he feels the constable should know. Solemnly removing his powdered wig, he shares that Jonathan Masbeth was not in fact the fourth victim, but the fifth. A puzzled Ichabod asks, the fifth? And Phillips confirms this, 5 victims in 4 graves. He departs from Ichabod, the constable under the watchful eye of a distant Reverend Steenwick, as he returns his gaze to the gravestones, attempting to make sense of the magistrate's mystery.
I feel like we
It's
can
pretty simple.
put 2 and 2 together here.
But with that, Ichabod calls out to young Masbeth, instructing him to find a place in the Van Tassel's servant quarters and to wake him before dawn, hopeful that the boy has a strong stomach. And this is pretty wild. It's like, oh, so you're just inviting people to live in my house as well? You're a guest.
Okay, yeah.
But okay.
All right.
But the following morning, all of the victims of the Headless Horseman are unearthed from their graves, their coffins resting open in a row, revealing their decapitated bodies within. Peter Van Garrett, Dirk Van Garrett, Jonathan Masbeth, and finally, with the help of Killian wrenching open the wooden coffin, the widow Winship. Ichabod kneels down to survey her body, clutching a cloth to his mouth to shield him from the stench. Young Masbeth stands nearby, clutching a small lantern to aid Ichabod's investigation. But in his inspection, Ichabod discovers something peculiar. A small incision just below the widow's belly button, the small slice surrounded by an angry purple bruise. His eyes search for an answer, and only one way to find it. In the bright light of day, Ichabod, Masbeth, Killian, and an uncredited man burst into the office of Dr. Lancaster, the widow's coffin carried inside and settled onto the floor next to an operating table. A startled Lancaster declares Ichabod's methods to be most irregular, which the constable allows, but he deems them also to be quite necessary. As the widow's body is lifted from her coffin and onto the table, Ichabod explains that they'll need to operate immediately, opening his satchel and retrieving his tools. Lancaster fails to understand, leaning in to confide in the constable. Operate? She's dead. Ichabod sighs, explaining that when he says operate, he simply means that he will need the operating table. Lancaster stands by uneasily as Ichabod recounts his findings that once again, the sword thrust to the neck was cauterized upon impact, and similarly, so was the small thrust to the stomach. But he wonders, to what purpose? Lancaster snarks, inquiring what Ichabod's purpose is, calling that the real question. The doctor reaches for Ichabod's tools, attempting to make sense of them as well, only for Ichabod to snatch them away defensively, noting that they're some of his own design. But with that, he ushers everyone else out of the room, attributing their necessary absence to the fact that his concentration suffers very much when he's observed.
Same, man.
No, I get it. Young Masbeth waits outside on the stairs as the usual suspects gather together in the dirt road, Lancaster explaining this morning's events to them as they crowd around. But inside the doctor's office, Ichabod gets to work, once again donning his odd set of eyewear as he leafs through medical textbooks at the side of the widow's body. He arcs an oddly hinged and wired scalpel-like tool above the wound at her stomach, and consulting the text once more, he punctures her flesh, only for a spurt of blood to splash against the large lens of his glasses.
That's one of the moments that stayed.
Yeah.
Where's that blood coming from?
You know,
We don't ask questions like that.
people, bodies are different in Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
Ah, all
This
right,
was
all right.
200 years ago.
Yeah.
That might be a good place to talk about the blood very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
But to get to that, I do want to talk about the cinematographer first.
Okay.
It was a guy called Emanuel Lubezki, and his filmography is prolific.
Oh, all right.
He's worked with the Coen brothers, Alfonso Cuarón, Michael Mann, Terrence Malick, Alejandro Iñárritu, Ben Stiller.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go. I literally put in my notes, JP, there you go.
Yeah.
And he's won, I think it was 3 consecutive Oscars, 2013, 2014, and 2015 for cinematography.
Damn.
And he was nominated for this film.
Okay.
But the interesting thing that didn't come to pass was Burton initially thought of shooting the film in black and white
Huh.
with, I think they call it the Academy aspect ratio, which I think is similar to the aspect ratio that The Lighthouse was shot in.
Oh.
All right. All right.
But when he realized that this wouldn't work out, he opted instead for an almost monochromatic effect through filters and a color palette, which would allow certain colors, like red, to stand out whenever necessary.
Yeah.
The interesting thing, though, with the filters is that when they were shooting the film, the blood had to almost be orange colored so it would work through those filters.
Ah, okay.
It is oddly colored.
Yeah.
But it fits the film.
It does.
It reminds me a lot of blood in Bava films.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
so,
fair.
you know, I
Yeah,
think it might
yeah.
be more of that homage.
Okay.
But that was one of the things that really stuck out to me is just how red
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is.
It
Yes.
even calls back to the wax at the beginning.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true.
But after the operation is complete, Ichabod exits the office, his once white apron coated almost entirely in crimson as he wipes at his face, announcing to the crowd that he is finished. The Reverend Steenwick demands to know what in the name of God has Ichabod done to her, but the constable declares that they are dealing with a madman, revealing that the widow Winship was with child.
But some of us already knew that, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. I will say some of us, meaning the 3 of us, because he went through great lengths
He did. He did.
to determine.
Well, if you're counting us, all of us knew it.
That is, yeah, that's very true. But I was just like, God damn, the Headless Horseman is a fucking ass.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even believe that.
Yeah.
But that evening, Ichabod sits atop gunpowder, the horse's cloven hooves carrying the constable through a covered bridge, its heavy steps plodding across the wooden boards. I was like, I think the Lemoyne Raiders are on the other side, so
Watch out!
be very careful. But the horse stops when it sounds as though the frogs at the creek's edge are croaking Ichabod's name into the night air, the sound finally dissipating, and Ichabod urging the old nag onward. And this has to be another homage to that cartoon.
Yes.
But just as they continue their trek, a horse suddenly whinnies in the distance, its hooves echoing through the empty tunnel. Ichabod turns around fearfully to find no one there, calling out into the darkness for a response. He promptly receives one as a phantom rider creeps his way out of the darkness, perched upon a dark horse, clutching a jack-o'-lantern in his hand. It's a headless horseman. Fear finds Ichabod firmly as his eyes widen, and he summons all of his strength to urge Gunpowder onward, racing as fast as he can into the forest, with the horseman right on his trail as the score rises tensely. Ichabod turns at the center of the path, foolishly facing off with the fiend, who turns his steed in kind, the horse lifting upward onto its hind legs. The horseman then draws his arm backward, hurling the flaming pumpkin at Ichabod, fire pouring through its carved face as it floats closer, colliding harshly with the constable's cranium and knocking him off of Gunpowder's back and onto the forest floor.
I love the way the pumpkin looks.
Yes.
I think the way that it breaks apart is very satisfying.
Yeah.
I love the flaming pieces still on the ground. Everything about this is excellent. That pumpkin for real would have fucked him up though.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, no.
He wouldn't
yeah.
have just like fallen on that. Like he would have been fucked.
No, there'd be a recovery period.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got pumpkin guts all over my clothes, too.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
I did want to point out the shot of the pumpkin coming at him. It is almost shot for shot to that cartoon.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's beautiful. But Ichabod rests on the ground, surrounded by pieces of pumpkin and flickering fire, as the horseman rides off into a clearing, leaving behind a confused constable. But the rider is greeted by a chuckling Theodore and Glenn, played by Orlando Seal and Nicholas Hewitson, respectively, who guide the horse to a stop. The horseman is then revealed to be Brom, ripping open his cape with pillows tied around his head to mimic the headless shoulders of the fabled fiend.
What? It was Brahm? No way.
It's not much of a surprise, but I will say Brom has the Headless Horseman's mannerisms down
Yeah.
very well.
I think it just looked so cool that I was like, something is off.
Right.
And then when we see that, I was like, oh, that looked really cool.
Yeah.
You did that?
Yeah.
You got to
This-
give him his flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. This should be a lesson to Ichabod too, because I know he doesn't believe in the Headless Horseman, but he is uncovering some secrets in this town.
Yes.
And if you don't
Yes.
believe in the Headless Horseman, you believe that someone in Sleepy Hollow is fucking decapitating people and keeping their heads.
Yeah.
You should not be wandering around at night
Alone.
alone,
Yeah.
especially under covered bridges, because scary things love covered bridges.
For some reason. But this sequence is just so cool. And it is something that absolutely happens in the short story.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of the end of the short story.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
The thing about the short story that's really interesting to me is that it's kind of ambiguous
Oh, I love that.
whether or not the Headless Horseman is even a real thing.
Oh.
Because as it's told in the story, after Ichabod gets the shit scared out of him and he's kind of riding out of town, he's remembering all of the fables that he's been told, and then this happens. But the next morning, all they find is the shattered pumpkin and Ichabod's hat, and so they don't know what happened to him.
Oh.
They go and you see that Brom and Katrina get married, and they say that whenever this incident is brought up, Brom laughs a knowing chuckle. And so it's implied that he was the one that did this.
Right.
Okay.
Just to kind of scare him out of town and win over Katrina.
Yeah.
And they also say that maybe, Ichabod married someone else in another town and was just too embarrassed to ever come back. But I thought it was really cool for them to have this here because it is basically the climax of the original story.
Right.
But the laughter of the three pranksters echo through the trees and over to Ichabod, who even with this realization can do nothing but faint.
Johnny Depp just be passing out.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's in the majority of his movies. But it did make me laugh because I'm like, they could at least wait to cackle until they're out of earshot.
No.
It's like they're right there.
Yeah, if I was any kind of scared and thought, you just fucked that
Yeah,
up.
it's like, never mind.
But in his memory, young Ichabod, played by Sam Fior, walks the stone path through the white picket fence of his home, where Lady Crane, his mother, played by Lisa Marie, stands twirling in a bright blue dress, blindfolded.
Lisa Marie, we did talk about her in Mars Attacks.
Yeah,
She's also, it says, in The Lords of Salem
very good.
and Ed Wood.
Very
That
good.
makes sense. And his girlfriend at the time, Tim Burton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But vibrant pink blossoms cover the branches of trees lining the lawn, the sun shining down on a bright spring day as Lady Crane calls out to her son. This was very interesting to me because this is nearly identical to how he met Katrina, blindfolded and spinning in a circle.
Yeah.
There's a lot of parallels between his mother and Katrina.
Yeah.
A lot.
But as he approaches his mother, she seizes him immediately, kneeling down to offer him a sweet kiss on his cheek as she removes her blindfold. Again, he hands her a small bouquet of flowers, Lady Crane inhaling their sweet scent as her loving eyes gaze in wonder at him. We then cut to quick flashes of a blindingly white room, a long crimson carpet leading to a bright red door, only to return to the Crane residence, where Lady Crane guides her son closer to her and over to the fireplace, where she tosses his flowers into the flames, the small bouquet igniting and emitting a puff of fragrant smoke. When I was a kid, I didn't realize what she was doing. I was like, what the hell?
I did too. I was like,
Burned
what?
his gift?
Yeah.
That's mean.
But as the smoke fills the house and rises upward into the chimney, young Ichabod watches as his mother clutches a small stick, the spirits in the air guiding her hand as she draws ornate designs into the ash settled at the bottom of the hearth. But through the smoke arises a returning Lord Crane, Ichabod's father, played by Peter Guinness, with an ireful look in his eyes. But we cut quickly to Ichabod, resting fearful beneath his blankets in bed, rain pouring down the tall windows of his bedroom as lightning flashes and thunder clatters all around him. Lady Crane reaches a comforting hand to his chest, soothing her son, before distracting him from his fear with a thaumatrope. She holds the long strings on either side, and on the disc at its center rests a drawing of a red cardinal. She twists it, creating an illusion with the image of a cage on the opposite side of the card, tricking the eye to capture the cardinal inside. She smiles warmly at her son, who returns her cheerfulness, lowering his blanket with the fear fully evaporating from him. But through the rain and in the darkness stands Lord Crane, stern solemnity settled in his stare, as through quick flashes of light we return to that very red door, the barrier opening before us. But before we can look inside, the adult Ichabod lurches awake in his bed at the Van Tassel's home.
So there's definitely more to this story.
Yes, just the first chapter we've received.
Yeah.
It is shocking how this goes. I don't know how or why, but this was another thing that was just completely forgotten in time.
Yeah.
And I just, it is so tragic, and we'll get to it.
Yeah.
But it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But Ichabod struggles for a moment to make sense of the dream before guiding himself downstairs by candlelight to pour himself a cup of water. But a burning light in the other room captures Ichabod's attention, and when he goes to investigate, he finds Katrina sitting in the parlor and reading a book by candlelight. She promptly closes the book as she looks up at Ichabod, who apologizes for his intrusion, explaining that he just saw that the light was on. Katrina insists that there is no intrusion and that she comes in here to read when she's wakeful. But when she stashes the book she was reading beneath the cushion of the couch, Ichabod approaches her, inquiring about her desire to read books in the night that she has to hide.
A girl sometimes just needs a little smut, okay? Like, go back to bed. Why are you wandering around my house? Get the fuck out of here.
It's like, well, this took a turn. Katrina explains that these books belong to her mother and that her father believes tales of romance caused the brain fever that killed her. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just a wild leap.
Yeah.
And that parallels something else later as well.
True. But Katrina reveals that before this fever took her mother 2 years ago, the nurse who cared for her then is now Lady Van Tassel.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But this only leads to another question from Ichabod. Why did no one think to mention that the Van Garretts are kith and kin to the Van Tassels? Katrina attributes this to the fact that there is hardly a home in Sleepy Hollow that isn't connected to every other by blood or marriage. Ichabod responds, I see. He then steps away from the fireplace and over to gaze out of a nearby window. I just wanted to mention there is something so beautiful about the trees through this window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know that it is so close, but they do it in such a way that it casts this perspective.
Oh, yeah.
It's so, so cool. But Katrina joins him at the window, sharing that this land that they're on right now was once Van Garrett land, given to her father when Katrina was very young. She says that the Van Garretts were the richest family in the area, and when Baltus arrived in Sleepy Hollow, they bequeathed him an acre of land and a broken-down cottage. But through the years of hard work, Baltus prospered and eventually built the home that they're in right now. Katrina states that she owes her happiness to her father, remembering the more modest times of the past when she lived in that small cottage. She offers to show this former home to Ichabod, who accepts. But first, Katrina reaches into a small pocket inside of her robe, retrieving a book and giving it to Ichabod as a gift. A compendium of spells, charms, and devices of the spirit world. Ichabod initially refuses it, claiming to have no use for such an item. But when Katrina questions his stone certainty in all matters, Ichabod reluctantly takes it. He flips it open, finding 2 names written inside in black ink. Katrina Van Tassel, of course, but above it, Elizabeth Van Tassel. Understanding the book to have belonged to her mother, Katrina urges him to keep it close to his heart, as it is sure protection against harm. Interesting. Ichabod, however, returns Katrina's question back to her, which inspires a smile. Are you so certain of everything? But we cut to the early hours of the next morning, and through a veil of fog, Ichabod and Katrina arrive at the site of the former cottage, its remains merely a skeleton of what once was, save for the surviving stone fireplace at the center of the structure. Thoughtful romantic strings accompany their trek, as Ichabod helps Katrina from her horse, but as she safely dismounts, she can't help but take notice of the scars that mar both of Ichabod's palms, commenting on their strangeness and asking what they are. Ichabod answers vaguely that he's had them for as long as he can remember, but the pair pass through the remaining frame of the doorway to enter the grounds. I believe this is what they call an open floor plan. But they approach the fireplace, Katrina crouching before it as she reminisces of her time playing by this hearth as a child. And with blue flowers stretched out of the abandoned stones next to her, she reaches for a small twig, using it as an instrument to sketch in the remaining ash. She explains that this was her first drawing school, and her mother was her teacher. Ichabod's eyebrows raise in recognition as he watches Katrina sketch a small spiral, but within the hearth, Katrina notices something. Carved into the fireback and beneath a frail overgrowth is an etching of an archer. She assumes that it must have been put there long before the Van Tassels called this place home. But Ichabod has to step away, leaning against what used to be a window to catch his breath, and Katrina takes notice of this, checking on him. But the small chittering of a cardinal in a nearby tree catches her attention, its red-feathered body standing stark against the grim and gray sky behind it. Katrina is grateful to witness such a sight, noting that cardinals are her favorite bird and that she'd love to have a tame one, but she wouldn't have the heart to cage him.
Ichabod's like, yeah, dude, like me neither. Yeah. Like, who the fuck would even do that?
That's just cruel. But the score swells sweetly as Ichabod offers her something instead, the next best thing, his thaumatrope. A cardinal on one side, an empty cage on the other, but when he twists the string between his fingers, Katrina smiles in great wonder at the illusion, breathing that Ichabod can do magic. She asks him to teach her, but Ichabod explains that it is no magic, merely what they call optics, separate pictures which become one in the spinning. He acknowledges that it is truth, but truth is not always appearance, and Katrina seems to understand. So they're falling in love.
Yeah. On paper, yes. So I feel like there are some romantic lines that happen later that I think are fucking chef's kiss. They're so good. But it feels like it's two beautiful people saying the right thing, but I don't really feel the chemistry between the two of them. Does that make sense?
No, yeah.
And there are no like grand romantic moments, like not to give anything away, but there is no big kiss. Like I read once that Johnny Depp was uncomfortable about the romantic aspect because he'd met Christina Ricci when she was like 8 or 9. So I don't know if that's coloring my perception of the two of them, but like even as a kid, I never like was like, oh my God, like this love story, like that's never what Sleepy Hollow was about for me. And I'm like, I like shit like that, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't really remember this being in the movie because just like you're saying, I just remembered, well, Headless Horseman, whatever we're getting, what we're getting into. But I didn't remember that there is a bit of a kind of romantic thing in the background there. And I think watching it, it really, I do see it. I don't want to acknowledge it. I think it's because like you're saying, it doesn't feel not authentic, but it just feels like it shouldn't be there.
I understand, and I will allow it. But for me, I think it's just a matter of and it might just be a personal thing, just a matter of having a romantic element. It's like, oh, you're doing this too?
No, I agree.
And I appreciate it.
I totally agree. That's why I'm like, I don't know why it doesn't quite like hit for me. Maybe because there is no like moment of like, I don't want to give away the ending or anything, but there is no like. There are a couple moments like we meet with a kiss. Yeah, she meets him, kissing him on the cheek.
I think maybe it's just a matter of it feeling more like that kind of old-fashioned romance, as opposed to what we're used to.
Well, I'm sure people were still getting nasty back then. I don't think.
I mean, like as far as like how films were presented, not in real life, because obviously,
I get that. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I feel like there's these moments of like, oh, they're about to kiss, or this moment's going to happen, and then it's taken away. Yeah, and that we never get that. Like it never comes to fruition, and so maybe that's why it feels like, oh, we just kind of softballed a romantic subplot in here, which is cool. They both deserve it. You know what I mean? Right. There's just something about it that doesn't fully hit home. I don't know.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is a matter of chemistry.
Right.
The lines work.
They're great. That's the thing. It's like, okay, this is hitting. Something's missing.
And Danny Elfman's working his ass off with the romantic themes.
As he does.
But that evening, Ichabod skulks through the dark of the town square, witnessing a rather heated meeting through a window. He watches Lancaster, Phillips, Hardenbrook, and a rather suspicious Reverend Steenwick, who glances around to ensure the meeting's secrecy.
What's going on this side?
Yeah.
Yeah, they look suspicious as hell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're like, we sent Brom and it didn't work. But Phillips seems to make an acrimonious exit, Ichabod watching from the side of the structure as the magistrate departs, loading his belongings into a waiting carriage and guiding it onward past the church. He continues down a long deserted path which leads upward to a distant windmill. But Ichabod heads him off at the pass on horseback, dismounting to inquire what the man seems to be running from. Phillips curses Ichabod, but the constable reminds the magistrate that he recently had a mind to help him. Phillips concurs, but admits that this has put him in mortal dread of powers against which there is no defense. He continues guiding his horse and carriage down the path, but Ichabod continues his line of questioning. How did he know that the widow Winship was with child? Phillips explains that she told him so, but he then denies Ichabod's deduction that Phillips is the father, though he says that she did tell him the name of the father when she came to him for advice. As he removes his powdered wig, running his fingers through his closely cropped hair beneath, Phillips explains that he was bound by his oath of office to keep the secret, but... And Ichabod interrupts, "You believe the father killed her?" Phillips replies emphatically that the horseman killed her. But as storm clouds gather around, Ichabod demands to know how many times he has to tell him, there is no horseman, never was a horseman, never will be a horseman. And I understand that at this point because he's like, the only time I encountered him, it was fucking Brom.
Yeah.
That's true.
But the constable takes notice of the flashes of lightning above them, and also the necklace which hangs at the magistrate's chest, demanding to know what it is. Phillips clutches it tightly, explaining that it's his talisman, which protects him from the horseman.
Okay.
So you're
And
ate up.
Yes, yeah.
We're back to the horseman.
Ichabod can't believe what he's hearing. Phillips, the magistrate, with his head filled with such nonsense. But when he implores Phillips to share the name of the father, he's interrupted by a bleating flock of sheep that occupy a nearby field, the animals promptly vacating the premises in uniform fear of something. And through the hay, and past a swaying and creaking scarecrow, we peer into a bare section of forest. Fear then rests on the face of Phillips as a hooting owl echoes through the foggy darkness, and beneath the rumbling thunder, he hears the unmistakable sound, the pounding of hooves in the dirt, growing closer and closer. Ichabod can only watch as the headless horseman rides daredevil through the trees, lightning flashing behind him as he unsheathes his sword with a flourish, the force of his arrival knocking Ichabod off of his feet as the horseman heads surely for Magistrate Phillips.
Hurry up and tell me the name of the father real quick. I need to know.
You do. The older man makes a futile attempt at an escape on foot, but the headless horseman catches up to him, the magistrate screaming as the fiend's blade slices certainly through his throat with one swift cut, Phillips's head spinning before it tumbling to the grass and rolling down the hill.
Can he get his money back for that talisman?
Yeah, it didn't work.
Someone lied to me.
Yeah.
Daredevil rises to his hind legs, the headless horseman brandishing his sword in triumph against flashes of lightning, and Ichabod watching in complete disbelief. But when he returns to himself, he realizes that Philip's decapitated head is rolling right toward him, and when he attempts to back away, the head of the magistrate stops right between Ichabod's opened legs. But the horseman isn't finished, urging Daredevil onward toward the constable, his sword stretched outward, and as he passes Ichabod by, the sharp point of the sword sinks into the skull of Magistrate Phillips, the head properly collected. The blade passing within an inch of Ichabod's face, the fiend departs through the trees from whence he came, and Ichabod can do nothing but faint.
As he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really cool.
It was.
Him collecting the head that way. It was like, oh, man. But he didn't bother Ichabod.
No.
Which is peculiar.
Mm-hmm.
But the following morning, young Masbeth sits outside of Ichabod's closed bedroom door, soon joined by Katrina and Baltus, who knocks to awaken the constable. Inside, Ichabod lurches up in his bed, putting his back to the wall and holding his blanket over his face, just as he did as a child in fear of a thunderstorm. I thought that was very sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But learning that Ichabod hasn't been out of his room at all, Baltus takes it upon himself to enter the room and check on him. Hiding behind the security of his blanket, Ichabod reveals it was a headless horseman. Baltus instructs Ichabod not to excite himself, but the constable repeats his claim emphatically. Baltus understands, explaining that that's exactly why Ichabod is here, but the constable insists that they must believe him. It was a horseman, a dead one.
He's like, no, for real. Like, a real one.
He cowers back against the wall as Baltus assures Ichabod that he knows. But Ichabod shouts back that he doesn't know because he wasn't there. It's all true. Baltus insists that of course it's true. He and everyone else told him so. But Ichabod continues, I saw him. And he can do nothing but faint.
Okay.
Young Masbeth supposes that now it'll be back to the city for Ichabod. Which I don't know why he says that.
Well, he's probably like, surely he's not going to stay now.
Yeah.
But
there's no murderer to track down. He's like, oh, it is. The legend is true. Good day to you.
That'd be pretty fucked up.
I mean,
but
what
understandable.
The fuck am I going to do?
I was gonna say,
It's a ghost.
it's that.
But we retreat once again into Ichabod's memory, finding him as a child, discovering his mother through the trees. As a peaceful lullaby overtakes the score, Lady Crane blows loose the bristles of dandelions, the woman soon surrounded by their faint whispers like snowfall. She invites her son closer to her, and the pair spin together, smiling warmly. But as the young Ichabod tumbles backward, a jovial look resting on his face as he gazes up at his mother, Lady Crane slowly starts to levitate. As weightless as the air around her, she twists upward, a harmonious vocal accompanying her ascent.
Okay, Robert Eggers.
I know.
Good for you.
This is, again, something that I did not recall.
No.
Because for some reason in my mind, I thought, I was like, okay, I think that my memory says that his mom was a witch.
Right.
But it's like, well, that's very clear.
Yeah.
There's no other possible. But in the night, Ichabod creaks a door open, peering into their living quarters, where Lord Crane seizes Ichabod's mother and forces her toward the fireplace, the score growing ominous as he points an accusatory finger at the drawings he discovers in the ashes. He slams the Bible down on top of them, condemning her with scripture, before leading her down the crimson carpet from Ichabod's nightmares, the one leading into a white chapel, the door at the end of a long hall yawning open for them. But before they can enter, Ichabod once again awakens in bed. And again, each of these dreams or memories, outside of Lady Crane saying Ichabod's name, I think once or twice, these sequences play like a silent film.
Yeah.
But as the usual suspects gather in the parlor, discussing their next steps in the wake of the magistrate's death, Ichabod paces his bedroom, clutching and spinning his thaumatrope as a source of comfort, before grabbing his jacket and heading downstairs.
His hair is long as fuck in this. Just in these 2 seconds. And then when he steps out into the next scene, it's back to normal. His hair changes a lot throughout this movie, and it's very funny to me.
It's probably reshoots or something.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, so were they like, no, we need to add a little clip of him pacing and like deciding what he wants to do, because it very much feels out of place, and it made me laugh.
But gazing down at them from the landing, Ichabod gains their attention, announcing, "Gentlemen, I need able men to go with me into the western woods." Baltus is quite surprised to see Ichabod out of his bedroom, fearing that he had shot his bolt. But Ichabod explains that he has faced his fears and come out determined to locate the horseman's grave.
Shot my bolt.
Yeah.
A little
Anyway,
decorum.
Were y'all celebrating because you thought I was leaving? Because that's kind of what it looks like I walked into.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, their friend is dead.
No, this is about me. Y'all were just yelling at him 2 scenes ago.
But with young Masbeth at his side, Ichabod expresses his intention to pit himself against a murdering ghost. Confidently crossing his arms, he asks, "Who's with me?" But when his only response is the stunned silence of the men downstairs, a small voice suddenly joins the fray. Young Masbeth offering, "Me?"
He's ride or die.
Yeah.
And so the pair begin their journey together into the western woods on horseback, Ichabod recounting each of the victims of the Headless Horseman, supposing that something must connect these murders. Ichabod asks if Masbeth's father ever had any dealings with the Van Garretts, learning that Jonathan worked for them, and the Masbeths even lived in their coach house. Ichabod stops Gunpowder on their path with a glance over to young Masbeth, who insists that it's nothing. But he then shares that there was something that happened one night, a week before the murder. An argument upstairs between father and son, and Masbeth's father was later sent for by Peter Van Garrett. Ichabod analyzes what he's just been told, but young Masbeth interrupts his ponderings, urging him to listen to the forest. Ichabod hears nothing, and that's exactly the point. No birds, no crickets. It's all gone quiet.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it did make me laugh because it's like, why did you never share this with me?
Yeah, no shit.
He's like, I didn't think it was important.
Yeah, but there was an argument and...
That was information I could have used
Yesterday.
But spying the pair through the trees, nerves seize hold of Ichabod, who insists that he and Masbeth quicken their pace. But as they continue through the forest, a woman's soft song echoes through the trees, capturing their attention. They hitch their horses, marching together toward a stone dwelling down a long path of leaves. Ichabod moves young Masbeth ahead of him as they approach the front door, drawing a pistol and cocking it.
What the fuck? Like he did that.
He absolutely did.
That's wild.
He aims past the young man as they enter the crevasse, slowly creaking open the door that they find there. Inside, we see a woman sitting in a poorly constructed chair in front of a fire and burning candles, completely shrouded from head to toe in dingy cloth, resting beneath an altar of bones. Still with young Masbeth ahead of him, Ichabod inches his way into the room, pardoning their intrusion. The crone witch, played by someone I'll introduce later.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe someone I've introduced before.
Yeah.
Assumes Ichabod to be from the Hollow, to which he answers that he is, in a way. The score rises tensely as they survey their eerie surroundings. Ichabod offers that he would like to say he would make no assumptions of her occupation, nor her ways, which are nothing to him, whatever she is. But when the crone reaches out to place a dead cardinal onto the rock in front of her, Ichabod can't help but recoil in fear. But the crone rises from her misshapen seat, approaching Ichabod and young Masbeth, who asks shakily if she knows the horseman, and the crone remembers. The Hessian. She then drags her finger across her throat and mimics the sound of a slice. Masbeth concurs. That'll be him, ma'am. Just as Ichabod guides the young man back toward the exit. But before Ichabod can join him, the crone reaches her hand for the constable's shoulder, imploring him to come with her. She instructs Masbeth to go outside and keep away, and whatever he hears, keep away.
I don't love the sound of that.
Yeah.
No.
If I'm either of them, but especially Ichabod, because what are we about to do?
You do not have to tell the young Mazbeth twice because he bails as fast as he can, closing the door behind him. But Ichabod is forced into a chair, the crone taking a seat across from him and shackling her wrists on chains that are nailed into the wall behind her. Ichabod worries what Mazbeth might hear that he would need to keep away from. But the crone tests her chains, rattling them and ensuring that she can't reach Ichabod while wearing them. She then reaches for herbs and powders in front of her, combining them together, and as smoke rises from their combination, the crone explains that she hears the horseman riding to the hollow and back, and that she can smell the blood on him when he returns. Ichabod watches the witch at work, trembling, and sharing that he intends to make the horseman stop. But the crone shakes a wooden basket, opening it to drop a shrieking bat onto the table in front of her. As she slices off its head, the crone offers Ichabod insights into the netherworld, squeezing the blood from the bat's body onto her concoction as Ichabod winces.
Aww.
Yeah.
It's like two animals. The smoke turns a grim pink as she tosses the bat's body away. Ichabod asks what she's doing, but the crone warns Ichabod not to move or speak. She promises that when the other comes, she'll hold him. Ichabod's like, the other?
Yeah.
But the crone demands Ichabod's silence because he comes now. Young Mazbeth waits outside as told, as the wind whips wickedly around him. But inside the cabin, the crone has lowered her head to the table in front of Ichabod, a continued silence prompting him to whisper, "Madam, do you hear me?" After a moment and a lack of response, the constable reaches his hand to the crone. But before he can touch the fabric of her covering, she launches upward, revealing the withered gray flesh of her face, her eyeballs bulging out of their sockets, and her tongue like a snake slithering in Ichabod's direction.
All right, Large Marge,
Yes.
let's reel it in a little bit.
That's all I was thinking. Ichabod lurches back, the crone's eyes and tongue receding backward as she charges for him, forcing herself on top of him as he tumbles to the dirt of the cabin floor.
So the cuffs didn't do much.
No. Whoever installed these. The crone rests on top of the constable, her voice warped, raspy, and doubled as she croaks. "You seek the warrior bathed in blood, the headless horseman." Ichabod writhes against her, unable to wriggle away, peering up into the voids within her eyeless sockets. But she orders him, "Follow the Indian trail to where the sun dies. Follow it to the tree of the dead. Climb down to the horseman's resting place." The spirit escaping her within a breath, the crone crumbles, collapsing on top of a frightened Ichabod. The constable then departs the cabin in a rush, calling out to the waiting Mazbeth, "We're leaving." And when the young man asks what happened, Ichabod merely repeats more urgently, "We are leaving now."
Hey, really though, that witch is the real MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that was like, look, this is your next step on your quest. Go do it.
And I have to say again, when I was a kid, I was like, that's the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
But the pair return to their horses, Ichabod recounting the directions the crone gave to him as they continue on their path and their search for the horseman's resting place. Mazbeth wonders how they'll even recognize it, but Ichabod fears that they'll do so without difficulty. The young man seems puzzled at the idea of his resting place, wondering, his camp? But Ichabod corrects him, his grave. But at a distance, through the haze of fog and frail trees, Ichabod discovers someone else on horseback, a hooded rider on a pale steed. He dismounts Gunpowder, leaving young Mazbeth behind to investigate. He stalks stealthily through the trees, eventually getting the drop on whoever is there, drawing his pistol and warning, "Halt and turn! I have a pistol aimed." But the rider removes her hood, revealing herself to be Katrina Van Tassel. Ichabod, fearful that he could have just killed her, demands to know why she would come into the western woods, and Katrina answers that she's here because no one else would come with him.
Mazbeth is like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So fuck me, I guess. Ichabod reaches for her gloved hand, whispering that he is now twice the man, attributing it to her white magic. The score swells sweetly as Katrina smiles, the pair leaning in closer to each other, inches away from sharing a kiss. But they're then interrupted by young Mazbeth, pardoning his intrusion and clutching his father's rifle. He implores the pair to come and take a look at what he's discovered. The trio rides together until they reach it, the score rising tensely as the camera climbs shadowy bark, and through the fog, the structure is revealed to be a towering and twisted tree, its withered branches bent like outstretched arms, and a hollow at its center like a screaming mouth. Mazbeth understands immediately. The Tree of the Dead.
This location looks great.
Yes.
And again, this is all within a studio.
Yeah.
The tree looks amazing.
Yeah. They had said, I guess, the ceilings for the studio were very low because what they had in mind at first was for the tree to be way taller.
Okay.
But because of the limitations of the studio, it kind of necessitated a different design.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that it is tilted and twisted, I think adds so much more character.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
And it's way more memorable and just way cooler.
Mm-hmm.
And the shape is, like you said, it is more memorable than it just being tall.
Yeah.
Because I've seen many tall trees. I've never seen a tree that looks like this.
No. But as Ichabod goes in for a closer inspection, he notices something dripping from the bark, reaching his hand to it and staining his fingers with blood. He retrieves an axe from the pack on the back of gunpowder, imploring Katrina and young Mazbeth to stay where they are. He begins to hack into a collection of knotted branches which cover a hole within the tree's trunk. Fighting through initial hesitation, he continues chopping, blood spattering his clothes and his face with great disgust and dismay, but Ichabod persists. He tears away at the broken branches, peeling the bark like scabbed flesh, and ordering Katrina and Mazbeth to stay where they are when they attempt to inch their way forward. He then wrenches the tree open, and from its yawning cavity rests the collected heads of the horseman's victims. And if the initial sight of them wasn't enough, each of the trophies lurch forward, filling the void of the open tree and gazing at Ichabod.
That's another one that always stuck with me. The musical sting and the
Aw.
being
Yeah.
like, no, bitch, we're here. It's like, there's your answer, fishbowl.
Yeah.
You're wondering where
Yeah.
the heads are. It's, they're right there. The tree is bleeding. Like, there's... So, and this is exactly where the crone told you to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like, it's
more?
undeniable. Yeah.
But yeah, the heads coming out is very funny.
It's very funny.
like, all right.
Yeah. and here I was like, they really like their blood.
They do.
Yes.
Because he's just hacking away at the tree and it's spraying all over him. And I was like, okay, I get it.
He can't make a discovery without being covered in blood.
No. But it's so cool when you think about it because it's like this tree was only spawned from the grave.
Yeah.
Because this was not there whenever we saw him buried.
Right.
And so it's like the coolest. I don't know. There's just something very eerie and cool and just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that is
Yeah.
really cool.
But Mazbeth collapses into Katrina's comforting arms after witnessing the sight of his father's remains, Ichabod gasping and gagging into a handkerchief as he stumbles over to the pair to survey the horrors before him. But when the constable discovers the horseman's sword stuck into the side of the tree, covered in twisted vines, he realizes the tree is a gateway between two worlds.
I love how open he is now.
Yeah.
I mean, like in
Yeah.
a lot of movies, people are skeptical even when they see shit, but he's like, no, I just need to see the horse. I only needed to see it for real once.
That's true. It's like, all right, Tree of the Dead.
Well, what else do you compare that to?
This is a bridge between two worlds.
Yes. And the crone was a lot too.
Yeah. No, sure.
But he ascends the trunk, climbing over to where the sword is stabbed, discovering that the ground has been disturbed and the soil is loose. He calls for a shovel. By the light of a lantern, Ichabod digs into the dirt, revealing the skeletal remains of the Hessian horseman at the bottom of the grave, but he finds the horseman's skull to be missing. Taken. He hypothesizes that this is why the horseman returns from the grave, to take heads until his own is restored to him. Which is a good theory so far, I think.
How'd you come up with that?
Well, I mean, he's like, I'm open to a lot of things. But suddenly, lightning flashes around them, and the severed heads squelch within the tree as a foul wind encircles them. Masbeth raises his rifle, and Katrina calls out to Ichabod as the heads recede deeper into the tree, and vines within the dirt seize around the Hessian's bones. But through the yawning maw at the tree's center, the headless horseman is birthed, daredevil beneath him as they leap outward, landing in a bed of fallen leaves that litter the forest floor. They ride onward, the headless horseman unsheathing his sword, and Daredevil kicking up dirt in his wake.
This looks incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On that featurette, they talked about how they made this. So they filmed the horse and the rider against a blue screen. That's what we see at the very, very end when they're taking off. But for like the emergence, everything was added in layers. So they did the fog, then they did the leaves that are going to be kicked up by the horse's hooves. Then they did the fog being disturbed by the horse and the horseman coming through. But they didn't have anything real of like a rider coming up out of anything on a horse. So it emerging from the tree is completely digital. And then they switch it to the footage of the real rider and the real horse at the very end.
Unbelievable.
Okay, yeah.
It looks incredible.
It still looks good, yeah.
Yes.
I feel like it's just so amazing when you hear about the steps and everything it takes to make these things happen.
Yeah.
Because all of it, you don't think, like, I would never guess how much is digital here.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah. And I read that there were 150 shots of visual effects in the film.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's just so like beautifully done.
Yeah.
But Ichabod races for gunpowder, finding a firm seat on his saddle as he urges the horse forward in pursuit of the specter. Unfortunately, he quickly loses sight of him as he reaches a lonely clearing through the trees. But back in Sleepy Hollow, Brom stands guard on his horse with Theodore and Glenn, directing them to split up for some unknown reason. But they do as told. We then arrive at the Killian's place, young Thomas lighting the small candles inside of a lantern with carvings in its walls that cast shadows throughout the room as it rotates.
This is cool as hell.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm like, oh, so we're just letting the baby have matches. But I'm like, it was a different time, I guess.
Yeah.
He probably had a job.
Yeah,
and shit.
that kid had to get up in the morning and go to work.
Yeah, dude. Life expectancy was...
All right.
But in the dining room, Killian picks his teeth after dinner, only to be scolded by Elizabeth, who tells him not to do that, as it'll teach Thomas bad habits. But Killian reaches for her, sitting her onto his lap as he proclaims that he is a bad habit, and there's nothing for that. Elizabeth wonders that there might be, offering her husband a kiss before exiting to join their son in his bedroom.
She's like, after Thomas has his brandy, he's going to be...
It's like, you know he loves a drink after work.
He's going to be out until he's got to go to work in the morning.
Thomas sits amazed by the lights cast through the lantern in the shapes of witches, spiders, shrieking cats, and ghouls, but his mother collects him to get ready for bed. Suddenly, there's a disturbance in the dining room. Killian sat at the table in front of the fireplace, watching confused as the items around him begin to rumble, and the fire rages wildly at his back, startling him.
If you look close at this fire... They said that Tim Burton wanted a skull in the fire. So they take a really important skull that we see later and they digitally alter it and kind of like pull up the eye sockets to make it look a little more wicked. Mm-hmm. And they put that skull in the fire, but they put 13 of them in the fire. So when it flares up, It's 13 skulls in the flames.
Damn.
Yeah.
It is so subtle.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch it. But when it they slowed it down, it's like, oh my God. No,
It's
like,
right
it's
there.
literally
Wow.
made of skulls. It looks really fucking cool.
Okay.
But outside their home, we settle on a sign near to the door. Elizabeth Killian, midwife, knock before entering. The headless horseman proves to be quite ill-mannered, crashing through the barrier of the door, wielding a pair of axes.
I feel like dual wielding is not fair. It feels like cheating.
You don't need it. Like, who are you fighting?
We were literally going to bed.
My belly's full. Like, I'm not. I did want to say with this dual wielding headless horseman, when he is headless,
Right.
he is portrayed by Ray Park,
Okay.
a stuntman who also portrayed Darth Maul in Star Wars.
Oh my God.
Very nice.
And it is incredible, the combat
Yeah.
and these stunt sequences.
That is one thing, and I know he's a warrior. He's whatever. He's a fucking he's a ninja. He's like you didn't learn this shit back. You didn't have enough time.
I think some stuff he learned in hell.
They teach that shit down there.
Maybe. I haven't been. Maybe. But Killian rises from the table in fright, hurling his chair at the horseman, who shatters it with one swipe of his blade. Killian screams for his wife to protect herself and their son as the score shrieks around them, Elizabeth closing the door and racing over to Thomas. She retreats over to the corner of the room, raising a trap door and placing Thomas inside. He rests beneath the floorboards as his mother urges him to stay quiet. But in the dining room, Killian reaches for a sword, raising it to the horseman as the pair begin battle. They trade strikes and blocks. Though Killian fights the good fight, the horseman swiftly gains the upper hand, forcing the man against the fireplace, where with one sharp swing of his axe, Killian is decapitated. In the boys' bedroom, Elizabeth covers the trapdoor with a rug, just as the horseman enters the room, a fistful of Killian's red hair in his hand as he carries his head like a trophy. Elizabeth cowers within the swirling shadows as Thomas sinks sanctuary down below, but the horseman's heavy boots and jingling spurs carry him across the floor and over to the boy's mother. Elizabeth cowers defenseless in the shadow of the horseman's raised axe, and when it is brought down, her head tumbles across the floor above Thomas, settling to a stop as her lifeless eyes peer through the slats at her fearful little boy.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, but I remember this.
Me
Yeah.
too. And it's fucked up, but that's a 1 in a million shot. There's no way.
Yeah.
That's not his fault. That's not his fault.
He's never going to recreate that. I love the amount of heads being cut off.
It's incredible.
It does warm my heart. I bitch about it a lot.
You
here.
do. You do.
It just, it happens fast, and we know it's cauterized and there's no blood, whatever. But it is great because it is heads rolling on the ground.
That's got to be worth a point or two.
Oh, it's worth a lot.
It could. Something about that, though, that's the thing that shocked me the most returning to it.
Yeah.
Is how much they stay with each decapitation.
Yes.
Like, it's not like you hide it or you don't,
No, we see it.
Yeah, it's bold.
Yeah.
The horseman collects Elizabeth's head as Thomas trembles beneath the ground, crawling to the safety of a corner. But as the fiend crosses through the room and over to the front door to exit the home, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, turning around sharply. Thunder crackles in the sky and lightning flashes as Thomas sits beneath the floorboards, admittedly far too chill for a kid who just lost both of his parents.
Well, he's had a glass of brandy.
It's like, what the fuck?
I still have work in the morning. But the headless horseman marches forward, swinging his axe into the floor, the score pulsing frightfully as he crashes through the floorboards, reaching downward for the shivering Thomas, the boy's screams alerting Brahm, who still sits on guard near to the Killian's property. He rides swiftly downhill just as the horseman exits their home, loading the 3 decapitated heads of the Killian family into a black drawstring bag.
That was rough.
Yeah.
Well, it's like he started to leave and then he consulted the list and was like,
It's like, I knew I forgot something.
Yeah.
that's rough.
Yeah. I honestly, he breaks through the floor, and I was like, come on, dude. But then him leaving, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And the thing is I was a boy of Thomas's age, I think, when I first saw this.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, all bets are off.
Hey, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Fuck. And it's funny because I heard on commentary Tim Burton was talking about it.
Yeah.
And he had said that the thing that bothers him a lot in horror films is how kids are kind of off limits and safe.
Right.
And on one hand, it's like, damn, Tim.
Yeah, well,
But on the other hand, it's like, okay.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, it's like plot armor. Like,
True.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it's on the table, it's like you really don't know what to expect next. I wouldn't have expected that.
No. But Brom exits the covered bridge, encountering the horseman just as he mounts Daredevil and begins his ride back to the Tree of the Dead. But before he can pass him by, Brom raises his rifle, aiming quickly and firing a shot right into the armor of the fiend's chest. The horseman flies off Daredevil's back and lands harshly in the grass, the horse whinnying as he rides on alone toward the bridge. But Brom dismounts his horse, slowly approaching the horseman, who suddenly sits up like Michael Myers, reaching his feet to Brom's frightful dismay. He races to load his musket again.
He's like, just give me 20 minutes.
I know.
Saying then the powder in the ball. Fuck, I fucked up. But the horseman walks right past him, so Brom opts instead to strike him with the gun. The horseman blocks it with his unsheathed sword, the pair engaging in a short duel until Brom is promptly backhanded by the horseman, who just turns and walks away.
But it's like he doesn't even want his head.
No.
No.
He's like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Brom isn't finished. He retrieves a throwing knife, hurling it into the horseman's back, which he catches in his undead kidney, dust rising from his tattered cape upon impact. The horseman reaches for it, wrenching it out of his back and tossing it at Brom with a flourish, the blade finding a home in the man's thigh. You'd think that would be enough.
Yeah.
But Brom tears it from his flesh, tossing it aside when he discovers a pair of sickles stabbed into hay resting in a rack on the Killian's property. He reaches for it just as Ichabod arrives, the constable pleading with him to wait, insisting that the horseman isn't after him. But Brom persists, charging for the undead man, the pair engaging in battle. And though Brom seems to be holding his own, Ichabod joins the fray with a sickle of his own. The horseman easily keeps them both at bay until Ichabod sinks the curved blade into the specter's spine. With the long handle jutting outward from the horseman, who still stands ready for combat, Ichabod realizes that they can't win against him, and he collects Brom, the pair rushing across the covered bridge. But when they reach the other side, they turn around to find that the horseman is nowhere in sight, despite the fact that they can hear his heavy footsteps getting closer and closer. And from the roof, he descends, landing behind them. In a flash of lightning, the pair turn around, the horseman sinking his sword into Ichabod's chest and hurling him over his shoulder as if he were nothing at all. Ichabod lands in a heap, but Brom continues in a frenzied attack against the fiend, wielding a pair of sickles and forcing him backward across the bridge, the headless horseman having an answer for his every attack with his axe and sword. The horseman finally catches Brom just right, crossing his arms around his body before unleashing the brunt of both blades, bisecting Brom at his midsection, blood spraying like a fountain as the man's top half twists from his legs, clattering to the wooden boards of the bridge. The horseman collects his weapons, retreating over to Daredevil, while Ichabod can do nothing but faint.
Of course.
It's that's what he's doing. I loved this death so much.
Mm-hmm.
Just the visual of it.
Yeah.
And the way that it's like a grander scale of what they were doing with the heads, I guess.
Okay.
where the body twists and he just falls in two pieces.
Yeah.
It's excellent. And Brahm, I mean, he was an ass, but he tried.
He did. He did.
Gave the horseman more of a run for his money than anybody else has.
Absolutely true. I will say this did not happen in Irving's short story. But sometime later, Baltus and Dr. Lancaster stand over the unconscious Ichabod, who rests in his bed at the Van Tassel residence. Lancaster sits amazed at the wound in Ichabod's chest, commenting that it should have killed him, but it needs no stitch, and there's hardly any loss of blood. But just then, Ichabod jolts awake, startling Baltus and Lancaster, who tells Ichabod that he must stay still, as the fever is upon him. But Ichabod can only ask for Katrina, and we find Katrina at the fireplace downstairs, tossing herbs and ingredients of magic into a cauldron. She recites a spell before cutting the foot from a dead crow, tossing it into her concoction. We then return to Ichabod's bedside as Katrina enters the room with a glass for him to drink from. Ichabod instinctively apologizes, promising that he tried to stop Brahm, but Katrina just shushes him, imploring him to drink as it will help him sleep.
But it smells like crow feet.
It's a common smell. But Ichabod persists, proclaiming that the horseman wasn't sent to kill Brahm or him, and had Brahm not attacked him. But Baltus insists that they can discuss this later, repeating his daughter's directions for Ichabod to sleep. But Ichabod continues that he's discovered something. The horseman doesn't kill at random. His victims are chosen by someone who controls him, by the same person who took his skull, who knew where to dig. Someone of flesh and blood, as he's always said. It's funny, he's like, I'm still right, though.
Yeah.
Which, at this point, was not fair.
We still need to remember that part of it.
But Baltus considers Ichabod's words to be ravings, with Katrina tilting the glass for the constable to drink. Lady Van Tassel joins her husband's side as Ichabod slips into a dream. In the pristine white chapel, down the long crimson carpet, the red door at the end opens, Lord Crane exiting and crossing through the aisle with a stern look as the score rises ominously around him. We watch from behind as he exits the chapel, his collar raised in such a way that he appears headless. I thought that was the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he passes young Ichabod, who cowers in the pews in fear of his father. But suddenly, from behind the red door, Ichabod hears his mother's voice, sweetly calling his name. As we glide across the carpet, entering the room on the other side of the door, we find that it is filled with various devices and instruments of torture. At the far wall rests an iron maiden, sealed shut. Young Ichabod enters the room, creeping past a chair covered in spikes to approach the device, his mother's voice calling to him. We then rise from his low vantage point up to the mask of the torturous chamber, where Lady Crane's eyes peer lifelessly through a small slat, her pale skin streaked red. Ichabod is startled backward, the palms of his hands landing on the sharp spikes lining the arms of the chair, sinking into his flesh, and giving him the scars that we saw earlier. He draws them back, peering down at his wounded hands, but just before him, the Iron Maiden yawns open, a river of blood bursting forth, and through it lurches the body of Lady Crane, her eyes wide open, and her face bearing the punctures of her torturous death. This is so tragic.
Yes.
It looks amazing, and the puncture marks on her face are absolutely a reference to Barbara Steele in Black Sunday, if you recall.
Okay.
But I could not believe that this is Ichabod's backstory.
Yeah.
It's awful. And I love that we were kind of teased a couple times before finally getting the full story.
Yeah.
But it explains a lot about him as a character and his reactions to things that Katrina does?
That and also his insistence of moving past medieval torture.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like it really fleshes out the character in a very interesting way.
Mm-hmm. And it's fucking, like you were saying, it is very tragic to see that's what he experienced, and him remembering it and like coming back. I was like, God damn, dude, you were just drawing in some ash. That's that's what happened.
And again, that's your husband.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
But Ichabod gasps awake in his bed, right into the arms of a waiting Katrina, who soothes him from this haunting memory. He catches his breath, Katrina insisting that he was only dreaming, and Ichabod concurs, of things he had forgotten and would not like to remember. He opens his clenched hand, revealing the small scars at his palm, each dripping with blood, and when Katrina implores him to tell her his dream, he reveals that his mother was an innocent, a child of nature, condemned, murdered by his father, murdered to save her soul by a Bible-black tyrant behind a mask of righteousness. He concludes that he was 7 when he lost his faith. But retreating from Katrina's comforting arms, Ichabod answers honestly when she asks what he does believe in: sense and reason, cause and consequence. But Ichabod insists that he shouldn't have ever come to Sleepy Hollow, this place where his rational mind has been so controverted by the spirit world. But Katrina then inquires, "Will you take nothing from Sleepy Hollow that was worth coming here?" And Ichabod locks eyes with her, admitting no, not nothing. A kiss from a lovely young woman before she saw his face or knew his name. Katrina smiles in memory of this moment, acknowledging that she did so without sense or reason. But Ichabod bids her forgiveness, realizing that he spoke of kisses, and Katrina has lost her brave man Brahm. But Katrina confesses that she's already shed her tears for Brahm, and yet her heart is not broken.
Brahm died a few hours ago.
Yes.
I think Brahm
Just
died. Brahm just died again, I think.
Yeah.
God damn. That
What the fuck? What?
I don't know.
That's rough. That's pretty rough.
She worries that Ichabod must think her wicked, and though he doesn't, he comments that perhaps there is a bit of witch in her. Katrina wonders why he would say this, and Ichabod breathes, "Because you have bewitched me." The pair share a warm embrace as the score swells sweetly.
Woo, that was a line.
Uh-huh.
That was good.
But the following morning, Ichabod awakens to Lady Van Tassel sitting at his bedside, the lady commenting that he slept like the dead as she pours him a drink. Ichabod is grateful for her kindness, though he states that he doesn't look to be served by the lady of the house. Lady Van Tassel counters that he normally wouldn't be, but Sarah, the servant girl, has vanished, run away like so many others. We'll get to this later, but I don't think the timeline checks out.
It doesn't.
The more I'm thinking about it.
It definitely doesn't.
But we'll get past it, I guess. But she slices an apple for Ichabod, adding that they're all living in fear. But as she stands from his bedside to leave, Ichabod asks where Katrina is, learning that she watched over him until dawn, and now it's her turn to sleep. As the lady departs, young Mazbeth enters the room with a pitcher of water, and Ichabod sits up to greet him, assuring the boy that he's fit for another day, fit enough to face a mortal adversary at least. And sometime later, Ichabod uses the floorboards of his sleeping quarters to build a bit of an evidence board with torn scraps of paper, noting the names of the men he saw in their suspicious meeting through the window: Steenwick, Hardenbrook, Lancaster, and Phillips, who tried to cut and run and lost his head in the process. 4 frightened men arguing together on the very night the magistrate was killed. Ichabod is certain there's a conspiracy here, writing the word into his journal, recounting: the doctor, the reverend, the notary, the magistrate, the foreman, the woman, the widow, the beast. Aren't you glad that you're not one? No, but he paces the room, wondering of the secret that could unite them, scribbling the secret onto the page. The magistrate knew there were 5 bodies in 4 graves, that the widow was pregnant, that we wouldn't share the name of the father. He asks what this points to, scribbling the words in his journal. Points to. It's like, you're doing too much.
This did make me want a quill pen, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's very satisfying, everything they
Yes.
write. It's so cool. But he implores the disinterested and exhausted young Masbeth that they must proceed by a process of elimination. He intends to make a list of every man and woman in Sleepy Hollow, starting with its chief citizen, Baltus Van Tassel. And after writing the man's given name in the journal, Ichabod smiles that he's feeling they're getting very close. From above, we spy all the words he has written. 5 to 4. The secret. Conspiracy. Points to Baltus. Masbeth supposes Baltus would be the chief citizen after the death of the elder Van Garrett, and Ichabod admits that he almost forgot about the Van Garretts, opening up the old and dusty Bible to peer down once again at their proximity in the family tree. And closing the book, he instructs young Masbeth to come with him to Notary Hardenbrook's, certain that he's thought of something. The pair ride through the town of Sleepy Hollow and to the notary's office, entering the room to find countless stacks of paperwork in no particular order. Ichabod deems the search hopeless, but through the piles of paper, Masbeth discovers something. His father's satchel. He wonders why it would be here, but as he retrieves it, Ichabod opens a cabinet that he finds on the opposite wall, revealing Notary Hardenbrook inside, which startles the shit out of him.
Well, what the hell are you doing?
Hiding, dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hardenbrook pleads with Ichabod to leave him alone, and the constable assures him that he will, just as soon as he shows him the last will and testament of old man Van Garrett. Hardenbrook informs Ichabod that the will leaves everything to his son, who Ichabod knows died with Peter. So, the estate would pass to the next of kin, which Hardenbrook claims is all legal and above board. But when Masbeth reaches into his father's satchel, discovering the folded parchment that we saw at the beginning of the film, Hardenbrook cowers into his chair, that he's a dead man. Masbeth passes the document over to Ichabod, who finds Van Garrett's seal to be broken. Reading through the will, it is revealed that Peter Van Garrett, in the event of his death, left everything to the widow Winship and her unborn child. Masbeth searches deeper into the satchel, discovering a marriage certificate for the pair, and Ichabod understands that this new will stood between the Van Garrett fortune and the person who would have otherwise inherited everything. I was like, what else is in that satchel?
Yeah, I know.
But Hardenbrook confirms this, countering that the 4 of them were drawn in against their will. Ichabod questions, your will? Before finally catching on.
These little, who's on first moments are hilarious.
They are. He understands the 4 town elders, realizing what part each of them had to play. Reverend Steenwick knew the secret because he performed the marriage. Dr. Lancaster attended the pregnant woman. Magistrate Phillips gave protection of the law. And Notary Hardenbrook concealed the documents, which had been entrusted by Van Garrett to his faithful servant. The 4 conspirators drawn into the plot. Hardenbrook softens, crumbling to tears, emphatic that they didn't know it was a murdering plot. But Ichabod hasn't finished. Father and son were slain by the horsemen raised from the grave to chop heads. Then up pops a widow with a claim to the fortune, so off with her head. But murder begets murder. The servant, Jonathan Masbeth, the night father and son quarreled over the new will, Jonathan Masbeth was summoned upstairs to bear witness. Ichabod finds his signature on the document, realizing that he had signed his death warrant on the dotted line, the horseman coming for him as well. But doing so at the bidding of someone who had the power over him, someone who dug in the earth in the western woods and stole his skull, the missing head which must be restored to the horseman before he will return to hell, someone who stood to gain or lose a fortune. Hardenbrook shields his ears as Ichabod announces this person as none other than Van Garrett's next of kin, Baltus Van Tassel. I loved every second of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like I know we don't fully know that all of those guys have something to do with it, but their behavior is like you're hiding something.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's just watching the detective aspect of the film unfold.
Right.
And seeing him at work and the power of deduction.
Yeah.
It's just very cool.
It's very funny.
But Ichabod and Masbeth return home to the Van Tassel's residence, the pair discovering Katrina at the writing desk in Ichabod's room. He asks why she's in his room, and she answers, "Because it is yours."
That's very sweet, but don't fucking look at anything.
It's very incriminating stuff. She wonders if it's wicked of her, and Ichabod insists that it isn't. Katrina shares that she missed Ichabod while he was gone, and the constable explains that he was at the notary with questions for Hardenbrook. Katrina wonders if he learned anything of interest, and the constable cuts a conspiratorial eye to young Masbeth, who returns the gesture, with Ichabod answering vaguely, "Perhaps." But Katrina shares that her father thinks that Ichabod should return to New York, and Ichabod inquires as to why, with Katrina suggesting that perhaps he looked in Ichabod's ledger and didn't like what he saw. And peering down at his notes, it does not look good.
Those were all disjointed thoughts.
Ichabod slams his ledger closed, but Katrina inquires about the documents he's carrying under his arm from Notary Hardenbrook's office, the constable answering cryptically that it's evidence and that he must ask her to leave. Katrina excuses herself from the room, but stops to watch for a moment as Ichabod stashes this evidence inside of a drawer. But after she leaves, Ichabod shrieks, climbing into his chair when he discovers a tarantula creeping its way across the floorboards. Masbeth comments that it's just a spider, but Ichabod implores him, "Kill it! Kill it! No! Stomp it!" As it crawls beneath Ichabod's bed, Masbeth kneels down, lifting the blankets to peer beneath it, and he discovers something peculiar. He asks for Ichabod's help to move the bed to get a better look, but the frightened constable is unable to assist the boy, gasping for him to do it alone, and Masbeth does, but when he moves the bed, the pair discovers a pentagram drawn upon the floorboards in pink chalk, the symbol surrounded by similar iconography with a wide-opened eye at its center. Masbeth stands startled. The evil eye, certain that someone is casting spells against Ichabod.
This was a little frustrating. Firstly, I wear an evil eye every day. But for as logical and let's not jump to conclusions, let's check all our boxes, let's get to the bottom of things as Ichabod is, maybe we could research what this means.
Yes.
Maybe we were
source. Given.
Yeah.
Given something that could give us the answer right now.
Yes. And also your mother.
Yeah.
And
that's true, yeah.
You know it's not always bad.
Yeah, that is, I didn't even think about that, but you're right.
But it has the word evil in it.
But that night, Ichabod looks over his notes by candlelight as young Masbeth rests asleep in a nearby chair. But after a moment, he closes his book, awakening the young man and bidding him to follow down the stairs. They peer down the lower level where they see a hooded figure through the dark, exiting the house by the light of a lantern and rushing through the gathering fog, hunched over. It's like, I don't know who this is, but that's not how if you're trying to not look evil. The figure glides like a specter into the trees, Ichabod and Masbeth following inconspicuously until Ichabod instructs the young man to wait behind, drawing his pistol. As he continues onward, he ventures alone until he discovers a couple copulating in the dirt. The man, a mystery, but the woman beneath him revealed to be Lady Van Tassel.
Oh,
What?
now I don't know who that man is, but it's not Baltus. I'll tell you that. And they were getting after it.
Yeah, yeah.
She reaches for a dagger, raising it to the man's back, before bringing it down into her own palm, slicing across it, and smearing the resulting blood across the man's back. A rather puzzled Ichabod has seen enough, silently making his exit and recovering young Mazbeth, taking him back to his quarters inside the Van Tassel residence. He has his hand over his heart, which is really...
He watched for a while.
He did.
And he was going to let her kill him, I think.
We had to be sure.
He's like, what's gonna... Yeah. But at his writing desk, Ichabod opens his drawer, discovering it to be emptied of its evidence against Baltus Van Tassel. Ichabod somehow knows exactly where to go from here. With the help of gunpowder, he returns to the remnants of the old cottage, finding Katrina kneeling before the fiery hearth, where the torn-up will and marriage certificate wither and wilt within the flames. He dismounts from his horse, accusing Katrina of stealing the evidence and burning it, which she immediately cops to, but says it was only so Ichabod wouldn't have it to accuse her father. She eyes him furiously as he crosses over to her, Ichabod stating simply that he accuses no one, but if there is guilt, he cannot alter it, no matter how much it grieves him, adding that there are no spells that could alter it either. Ichabod claims that Baltus has motive, as it is he who stands to profit from these murders, but Katrina insists that if Ichabod knew her father, he wouldn't have such harsh thoughts about him, nor if he ever felt anything for her.
That's not fair.
What?
That's not fair.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we can come back from this.
That's pretty rough. It's like, if you love me, let my dad kill me.
Yeah.
You'll let my dad keep cutting people's heads off. Like, Katrina, what are we...
That's wild.
What are we saying here?
Ichabod counters that he is pinioned by a chain of reason, asking why else Baltus's 4 friends conspired together. But Katrina reminds Ichabod that he is the constable, not her, imploring him to find another chain of reasoning and let her be. But Ichabod cannot, not one nor the other, admitting that he is heartsick with it. But Katrina looks away from him, revealing that she thinks Ichabod has no heart, and to think she had a mind once to give him hers. This is high drama.
Yeah.
It is.
Ichabod takes a step forward, certain that Katrina loved him the day that she followed him into the western woods to have braved such peril. But Katrina snarks. What peril was there for me if it was my father who controlled the headless horseman? She climbs onto her horse's saddle, returning her eyes to the constable, full of venom as she announces, "Goodbye, Ichabod Crane. I curse the day you came to Sleepy Hollow."
That's wild.
Yeah.
It's a bit much.
So even if you weren't in any danger, you are saying there's a chance your dad could be ordering the Headless Horseman to kill these people?
I think she's trying to call his bluff. If she's like, you're calling me brave, but how brave was I if my dad's in control?
Yeah, but I mean, so then you are acknowledging there could be a chance that your dad's having these people killed.
It's like, why would you say that?
Yeah.
I feel like the evidence she just burned also could point to someone else.
It could.
And now it's gone.
Right.
Because you fucking burned it.
Yeah.
And it is really funny because it's like, I have evidence against Baltus Van Tassel, and she's like, well, I only burned it because you have evidence against It's like, well, no shit. But the horse rises to its hind legs, and Katrina is off, leaving Ichabod alone in the ruins of the cabin. Returning to the Van Tassel's home, Ichabod converses with Lady Van Tassel in the kitchen, the lady preparing a stew as she explains that Katrina will not see him. Ichabod wonders if she said anything to her, but the lady states that Katrina only told her that she will not come down. Ichabod responds, "I see." But before he can depart, the lady stops him, wondering why he hasn't asked her once how she hurt her hand since yesterday.
What? You have a hand? I didn't even notice that.
That's literally, he goes, what? That's what he says. But she says that asking would have been polite. She notes, in fact, that Ichabod has been as careful not to look at it as not to mention it. She approaches him, holding the wound at her palm to his eyes, Ichabod gasping at the sight of it, and quickly attempting to fulfill the lady's wishes, asking how. But the lady interrupts, whispering that she knows Ichabod saw her, that he followed her last night, and she begs him to promise not to tell Baltus what he saw. But before he can promise, Baltus enters the kitchen, startling both of them. He shouts that the town is in ferment, with horror piled upon tragedy. He then shares the news that Hardenbrook is dead. Lady Van Tassel reacts with surprise, calling Hardenbrook a harmless old man, and when Baltus shares that he hanged himself in the night, Ichabod can hardly believe it. But Baltus states that Reverend Steenwick has called for a meeting in the church tonight, with every man, woman, and child in Sleepy Hollow, and he's going to speak out against Ichabod.
No, why am I in it?
It's like, what? Why are you saying fuck me for?
Yeah, dude, come on.
Baltus asserts that if the constable is wise, he will leave town before then. And I will say this is another thing that can kind of be a mark in the column for Baltus being guilty. Because it's like, well, look, you don't want to hear him talking all that shit, so you might want to just get out of here.
You should get the hell out of here right now, actually.
Very suspicious. But the lady reaches her hand to caress her husband's face soothingly, but he gasps at the sight of her wound, asking how it happened. The lady lies that she was simply careless with a kitchen knife, adding that she'll bind it later with some arrowroot flowers, having knowledge of where they grow. But Ichabod makes a hasty and awkward exit. But that night at the church, as the bells ring and the townsfolk pile into the towering structure, Lady Van Tassel is doing exactly as she stated, kneeling above a plot of arrowroot flowers on the forest floor and collecting them into a small basket. As lightning flashes above her, Baltus arrives on horseback, calling her to join him as the meeting bell is tolling at the church. But suddenly, thunder crackles across the sky and Baltus grows pale, his eyes widening and his face trembling in fear as someone approaches his wife through the trees. The headless horseman on Daredevil's back, the lady none the wiser as he unsheathes his sword and raises it above his head.
You know, calling out and telling her to run is free.
That's true. What he does is wild.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
But at the church, Reverend Steenwick welcomes the citizens of Sleepy Hollow inside, with Ichabod and young Masbeth watching from a distance. But through the main drag rides Baltus, who cries out that the horseman is here. He's obviously filled with fear right now, and he goes, "The horseman, save me!" But the subtitles said, "The horseman saved me." And I'm like, well, that's a turn of events.
The horseman and I are in love.
He killed your mother and I'm marrying the horseman.
He's just misunderstood.
Katrina breaks away from the crowd to approach her father, who dismounts his horse, and frantic, he tells his daughter that the horseman killed her stepmother. But when the horseman arrives through a veil of fog, a terrified Baltus rushes his daughter inside the church, and even Ichabod urges Masbeth toward the door, the pair racing inside as well. Two men stand at the fencing, firing their rifles at the horseman, seemingly to no consequence, as they close the gates and into the door behind them. As the door is sealed, Baltus pushes through the crowd to find Reverend Steenwick, who seizes him, seething that Baltus will kill them all, as he's the one the horseman wants. Katrina sinks to her knees in the aisle between the pews, closing her eyes and engaging in some interestingly timed witchcraft. But Ichabod watches through the window as the horseman paces, Daredevil exhaling white smoke and kicking up dirt, but never crossing the threshold of the gate. The horseman hurls his axe into the grass, only to watch it disintegrate when it reaches the hollowed ground. Ichabod understands. He can't enter. But as he steps away from the window, a pair of gunmen take his place, smashing through the glass and firing a barrage of bullets at the undead Hessian, the young Mazbeth even joining the fray with his father's rifle. But Ichabod races for Baltus and the Reverend, attempting to share what he's discovered, but when he approaches the men who are caught in a quarrel, Baltus reaches into Ichabod's pocket, stealing his pistol and cocking it. He aims it shakily in front of him, threatening that the next person who lays a hand on him will get a bullet. The men continue firing upon the horseman from the window as he stalks around the perimeter, Daredevil carrying him through the graveyard. And I have to say, this is such a cool shot, the way the lights are hitting those tombstones.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss. But as Katrina continues her work on the floorboards, Lancaster stands between Baltus and Steenwick, asserting that enough people have died already and it's time to confess their sins. Baltus wonders what Lancaster knows, and Lancaster confesses, "Your 4 friends played you false," adding that they were devilishly possessed by one who... But before he can finish his sentence, Steenwick snags the large wooden crucifix hanging above the altar, bashing Lancaster bloody with it with one whack across the skull.
So you're guilty.
You've obviously...
That was so funny.
It was.
I was like, he's like, shut the fuck up.
Did anyone expect that to be all for Lancaster?
No, because he's done.
Yeah.
That's it. He's dead.
Yeah.
And at this, Baltus fires, Steenwick catching the bullet in his heart and falling over dead.
He did have that coming.
He did.
Yeah.
But Baltus gasps at what he's done, staggering away from the townsfolk and up a staircase that leads to the pulpit, a large window framed behind him. Outside, the horseman has had enough of the firing squad at the windows, absconding with a sharp pillar broken off from the fencing, tying it with a length of rope, and riding off down the main street. But back inside, Katrina rises from her seat on the floor, breathless in disbelief at her father's actions, as Baltus aims his gun at the townsfolk below, shouting from above that there's a conspiracy here, but he will shake it out.
Everything went to shit because they panicked.
Exactly.
They got scared, panicked, turned on each other, and then just chaos.
Pure chaos. It was just a fucking domino.
Yeah.
Like,
It is really funny. Well, not funny. It's very sad. Because I'm just thinking of it from Katrina's perspective.
Yeah.
She burned the evidence for her father and saying that he's an innocent man. If you only knew him, and he just killed him.
Yeah.
And he's fucking aiming on the townsfolk. It doesn't look good.
she's like, now hold on.
Katrina glances back accusatorily at Ichabod, who sits behind her incredibly casual in one of the pews.
I literally put in my notes, why is Ichabod lounging in the pew?
This has nothing to do with me.
No, hell no.
Even if what's about to happen didn't happen, this is still fucking awful.
Yeah.
And he's like, let's see how this shakes out.
He's not there for him.
But suddenly, the sharp post crashes through the window behind Baltus, impaling him through the chest, the white pillar coated crimson in his blood. Katrina shrieks as her father is pulled through the window, crashing through the glass and down into the graveyard, where he's dragged through the dirt by the horseman, Baltus's head crashing through a post in the fence, sticking just outside of the sanctuary of the churchyard. Ichabod and Katrina ascend the steps, watching through the shattered window as the horseman returns, his sword in hand, as with one swift slice, he decapitates Baltus Van Tassel. Ichabod gasps, and Katrina faints at the sight of her father's execution. But as she collapses to the ground, a piece of pink chalk rolls free from her unclenched fist, Ichabod taking notice of it. The camera glides from Katrina's unconscious body on the pulpit and over to the bloody corpses of Dr. Lancaster and Reverend Steenwick, where we discover what Katrina was drawing in the aisle. A large pentagram, identical to the one that Ichabod and Mazbeth found beneath his bed in the room.
I loved that panning shot
So cool.
from, Katrina to the bodies. I thought it was phenomenal. But goddamn, what a brutal fucking death for Baltus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it proves...
Yes.
I mean, what, his innocence?
Hell yeah,
But
dude.
it's like, at what cost? He can't even enjoy it now.
No, but Katrina can say, I told you so.
And what I kind of noticed, and I was like, well, I get that the pentagram looks scary. Of course, it's a long time ago, whatever.
Right.
But the eye in the middle looks pretty happy.
It
There's
does.
like sun rays coming off of it. I don't know if I would think that's evil. I'd be like, is that a happy eye or?
And it's pink.
Also
Yeah.
true. I think it was on commentary, but Tim Burton was like, and I don't know if they had pink chalk back then. So he took some liberties.
Yeah.
But
They did now.
I will say the leap that Ichabod takes from everything that happened tonight is kind of wild. What we're about to get to.
Yeah.
I was frustrated.
Upon returning Katrina home, she rests fast asleep in her bed, Ichabod presiding over her, deducing as certainly as he can that it was an evil spirit which possessed her, hoping to God that it is satisfied now and that Katrina may find peace. He admits that the evil eye has done its work, that his life is over, spared for a lifetime of horrors in his sleep, waking each day to grief. He reaches his hand for Katrina's, which rests clasped over her blankets as he bids her a mournful goodbye. As the score swells solemnly, Ichabod returns to his ledger by the fire, opening it to reveal sketches of Katrina, wings of angels, an arrow piercing through his heart, and her name written over and over again across the pages.
Now, when did he do that?
I don't know. It's like, what does he mean?
But this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, as much as he loves her or whatever, he's just like, damn, dude, you did that shit. Well, have a good one. I'm going to burn my yearnings, and then I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I do understand what you're saying, but at the same time,
odd.
but
It
what he just said though, he's like, my life is over.
As I said, the words are correct.
Mm-hmm.
The actions and the vibes do not say, oh my God, I'm so in love with this woman. We got to get to the bottom of this. Maybe when she wakes up, I'll have a conversation with her.
No, he's like, I've seen enough.
Yeah. No shit.
It's just like, damn, that sucks, dude. All right, bye. Like, it's weird.
Hey, so what is Katrina's life to him from this point forward?
Oh yeah.
It's just Ichabod, do better. Do better.
But dismayed, Ichabod tosses the book into the fire, feeding the hungry flames with its pages. But he then reaches for the book that Katrina gifted to him, the compendium of spells and charms, and he can't bring himself to destroy it. Outside, Van Ripper arrives in a carriage to take Ichabod back to New York City, but as he exits to the porch, he's stopped by young Masbeth, who inquires, "You think it was Katrina, don't you?" Ichabod scolds that this can never be uttered, and Masbeth responds sarcastically that Katrina is a strange sort of witch with a kind and loving heart.
Even Masbeth is like, bitch, that was not her.
Yeah.
He can't understand why Ichabod would believe such a thing, but the constable claims he has good reason. Masbeth insists that Ichabod is then bewitched by reason, but Ichabod snaps instead that he is beaten down by it. He hands his belongings off to Van Ripper, who loads them into the carriage, but Ichabod offers the young boy a word of wisdom. Villainy wears many masks, none so dangerous as the mask of virtue. Tears filling Masbeth's eyes, Ichabod bids him farewell, and with one last look to Masbeth and up to the empty second-floor window, Ichabod climbs into the carriage for Van Ripper to take him away. The sound of its closing door awakens Katrina, who climbs out of bed, watching through the window as the stagecoach passes her by.
Poor Masbeth, dude.
Yeah, he's been through a lot.
All this, and Ichabod knows he has no family.
Yeah.
And he thinks that Katrina is a witch that is summoning the Headless Horseman to come and kill people, including her own father.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, have a good one. He's just leaving him here with her.
He's like, we can have my room.
Yeah. That
Is that
was
not
wild.
fucked up?
No, and that was my no. You're leaving your ace here. When you took off, he was like, "Hey, I'm here for you."
No, he was ride or die.
Yeah, let's go into the haunted woods together.
He was.
And they did. And I understand the like her drawing the pentagram and him being like, "You're a witch, something's wrong." But dude, she did. Even when dude died, they were laying in bed together and she's like, "Oh, I don't give a fuck about him. I'm over him already."
Yeah.
Dude.
That was pretty wild too.
And also, she drew that under your bed. Do
Yeah.
you still have a head? It's like, okay, Mr. Logic.
Yeah, that's also true. And also, when you think about it, isn't he just kind of walking in the footsteps of his father in a lighter way? By kind of condemning this witch?
Yeah.
When he knows that witches are not always casting evil spells?
Yeah.
And he's only seen her do things that his own mother did.
Mhm.
And he knows that his mother wasn't bad.
And so what has he done for the people of Sleepy Hollow? Did he break the chalk? like, because otherwise she could just do it again tonight.
That's
if he thinks
true. Yeah, you're just leaving. Fuck these people.
Like,
Yeah.
I could be next.
it's like the horseman's not going to ride to New York City. That's
great.
2 days.
Yeah.
But in the back of the carriage, after fiddling around a bit with his thaumatrope, Ichabod peers through the window as he's carried through town, watching as the headless body of Lady Van Tassel, with a rather angry and suspiciously fresh wound dragged across her palm, is taken into the medical office. But a thought suddenly seizes Ichabod, and he reaches swiftly into his jacket pocket, retrieving the book that Katrina gifted to him, flipping it open to a page inside, which bears the symbol that she drew beneath his bed and in the aisle of the church. The chapter above it reads, "For the protection of a loved one against evil spirits."
You dumbass.
Yeah.
Take a look. It's in a book. I was so mad at him.
Upon this discovery, he leans his head out of the window, pleading with Van Ripper to return the coach, to turn around now. Van Ripper does as told, taking Ichabod back to town. He bails from the carriage, racing for the medical office where he politely lets himself inside, entering the room where two coffins rest, one holding the body of Baltus Van Tassel and the other, Lady Van Tassel. Ichabod inspects the wound at the lady's hand, assessing. No blood flow, no clotting, no healing. He realizes that when the cut was made, this woman was already dead. And at the Van Tassel's residence, Katrina sits in the study, but gasps as she turns her head to an arriving figure, none other than Lady Van Tassel, who announces, "Dear stepdaughter, you look as if you've seen a ghost."
Great entrance. I'm not gonna lie. And call her ranch because she be dressing.
Yeah.
This dress
Yes.
is everything. But it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Because as like kind of brutal as some of these scenes are and how cool the beheadings look and everything, she's the only one that we did not see anything happen to.
Yeah.
Mhm. And you remember we were talking earlier about this film feeling like a fairy tale?
Mm-hmm.
The Evil Stepmother.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Katrina promptly faints. But Ichabod races from the medical office and pulls a grand theft carriage, absconding with it to the dismay of Van Ripper, who clumsily returns from a piss. Young Masbeth peers through the trees behind the Van Tassel's property, discovering a flickering light within a distant windmill, and immediately sets off for it. Something very interesting about this windmill, they built several iterations of it, depending on what they needed. This shot is forced perspective, and so it makes it appear very large in the background, but it's actually very close to this shot that we see.
Okay.
Oh.
They built another one that we'll see where it's the exterior that I believe they said was 6 stories tall.
Damn.
They also built another one at the studio that I think was 30 feet tall for the interiors, and then an exterior that was a quarter scale of the 60 story. That's much too large. That's worth the $70 million.
Right.
Yeah.
The 6-story one.
Yeah.
And they used that one for some exterior shots in the studio, but also a big grand finale for that structure.
Right.
Okay.
And I was just very impressed by all of that.
It's very seamless and cohesive. I wouldn't think that there were that many iterations that they're kind of like toggling between.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But inside the windmill, Lady Van Tassel reaches a black-gloved hand for a lock of Katrina's hair, snipping it from the unconscious young woman and tossing it into the waiting flames of a small fire. She whispers, "Rise up once more, my dark avenger. One more night of beheading. Rise up with your sword. A head for a head." And as she sets the horseman's skull upon her makeshift altar, she implores her unholy horsemen to rise, to come now for Katrina.
I was like, why?
Yeah.
We watch as the knotted branches unwind at the Tree of the Dead, the headless horseman launching forth from its darkness and on the back of Daredevil, riding on a mission towards Sleepy Hollow. But inside the windmill, Katrina finally awakens, Lady Van Tassel taking notice of her and wondering if she thought it was all just some nasty dream. Katrina sits puzzled, certain that her father watched the lady die, but she corrects her stepdaughter. "He saw the horseman come toward me with his sword unsheathed, and Baltus did not stay to watch."
Baltus!
That's wild.
She was a distraction.
But as Ichabod rides feverishly down the path of the Van Tassel residence, Katrina insists that there was a body. But the lady explains that the body belonged to that of the servant girl, Sarah, admitting that she always thought she was useless, but it seems she had a purpose after all. And we watch as the lady approaches Sarah in the cornfields, raising an axe behind her and bringing it down swiftly, the poor girl's head caught in her own basket, and the lady then dragging a blade across Sarah's palm to mimic her own wound.
So yeah, that didn't fully.
And that's it.
Yeah. But she was like, maybe we're going to do this later. I'll just get all my ducks in a row, you know? Sure, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I am glad, though, that the horseman isn't the only one that's doing these beheadings.
Yeah?
You know what I mean? Because at least there's somebody else. We can't just blame everything on the horseman. Somebody helped him.
I feel like she's more to blame than he is.
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah. Well, but this whole time...
Unpopular opinion.
Yeah. And what's weird... Well, no, I'm not going to... I don't know.
What?
What we learn later as far as how much a lot of the people knew, and they're really putting it on heavy for this poor horseman.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not great.
No.
He did a lot in his life as well.
But he
Let's
was
not forget
resting.
his backstory.
He was resting
was.
in hell.
Where he belongs.
But he was there.
He was
done.
Yeah.
He was finished. Katrina demands to know who the lady really is, and she reveals that her family name was Archer. Katrina realizes the Archer, and we see it there, etched into the fireback of the ruined cottage. Didn't care for that much.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
But the horseman rides on a mission, as does Ichabod, while Lady Van Tassel does her customary villain monologue. She explains that she lived with her parents and her sister in a cottage not far from here until her father died, and the landlord, who had received many years of loyal service from her parents, evicted them. She shares that no one in this God-fearing town would let them in because her mother was suspected of witchcraft, but she schooled her and her sister well while they lived as outcasts in the western woods. And then her mother died within a year. The lady states that she and her sister remained in their refuge, seeing not a soul, until one day, while gathering firewood, they crossed paths with the Hessian. And we see him there, on that cold and fateful day in 1779, when the Hessian encountered two young girls in the western woods while fleeing from soldiers, the future Lady Van Tassel and her sister, the lady snapping her twig and giving away the Hessian's position to his pursuers. She reveals to Katrina that she saw the Hessian's death, and at that moment, she offered her soul to Satan if he would raise the Hessian from the grave to avenge her against Van Garrett, the landlord who showed her no mercy and left her and her family to starve, while Baltus Van Tassel and his simpering wife and girl child stole their home. As young Masbeth arrives, skulking through the shadows of the windmill, the lady shares that the easiest part of it all was the first, to enter the Van Tassel's home as Katrina's mother's nurse and to put her body into the grave and her own into the marriage bed. But she admits that not quite as easy was to secure her legacy. She says the widow had to go, of course, as well as the servant Masbeth. But she adds that just the other day, that silly midwife Killian told her that the widow told her a big secret. And Elizabeth said this right in front of her husband. Lady Van Tassel chuckles. What a goose! So this led to another little job for the horseman. It's like, did Thomas here too? Why did you have to do that?
That's true.
And I feel like when the villain has like understandable motivations, because that I get it completely.
Yeah.
But then the Killian thing is like, oh, you're evil.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's crazy. But Lady Van Tassel goes on to explain that it was lust that brought Reverend Steenwick into her power. And we see that it was the Reverend himself that was with the lady in the woods, resting sweatily on top of her and seizing the cut in her palm, licking the fresh blood from her wound. She adds that fear did the same for the notary Hardenbrook and the drunkard Phillips, but the doctor's silence was purchased through her complicity in his fornications with the servant girl, Sarah.
Man, Sarah played a role.
Yeah.
I thought you said you didn't have a purpose.
Yeah.
But we see that this was the couple getting hot and heavy in the shadows on the porch when Ichabod arrived in Sleepy Hollow. Katrina understands that the lady has everything now, but Lady Van Tassel insists that Katrina does by her father's will, but she will get everything in the event of Katrina's death. Masbeth continues his skulking, discovering a mallet and sneaking slowly behind Lady Van Tassel as she reveals that her sister also passed away recently. And we watch, as in the recent past, the lady waits outside of the stone dwelling within the western woods, the crone witch, also played by Miranda Richardson.
Okay.
Yeah. Stepping out of her home and lifting her veil, only to swiftly be decapitated by her sister.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the evil one.
Yeah. I mean, they're both evil.
Well, no, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's right.
But that's her sister.
Yeah. Lady Van Tassel states simply that her sister brought it upon herself, sharply turning to face the approaching Masbeth as she adds, by helping you and your master.
He's like, oh, fuck.
Damn it. Thought I had the drop on it. She cackles as the fearful boy drops his weapon and rushes away with Katrina, Lady Van Tassel noting that the young Masbeth is just in time to have his head cut off, before threatening Katrina that the horseman comes, and tonight he comes for her.
Hell yeah, man. That line and the delivery is great.
Mm-hmm.
She ate with this. This was a really good, I think, villain monologue. I think that she did a fantastic job. But like we were kind of all saying, this bitch is like evil for real.
Yeah.
Like, this is terrible.
The thing about her killing the crone witch is, I was trying to piece it together until she said it. I was like, well, would she share the inheritance or what's going on? But it's because she helped, but it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. Like, she's
too
not
late.
going to do it again.
But Ichabod arrives outside in his carriage, grateful to be reunited with the escaping Katrina and Masbeth. But as Lady Van Tassel clutches the horseman's skull and casually tosses a bag over her shoulder, the horseman arrives through the billowing fog, forcing the trio to race back inside of the windmill. Lady Van Tassel calls out snarkily, "Watch your head," as they enter the structure. This is an improv line.
Oh, it's so good. I put, what a bitch. She's having a blast.
But the horseman follows in fast pursuit, the lady hiding his skull behind her back when he passes her, which is really funny.
Yeah. You can't sense where the fuck the thing
I guess
is.
not. Ichabod, Katrina, and Mazbeth barricade the door, Ichabod leading them to the roof as the horseman batters the door from the other side, the constable insisting that he has an idea. He kickstarts the mechanism, causing the gears to kick in, the dilapidated blades of the windmill beginning their slow revolution. The horseman then slices his way through the barricade, tossing a lasso onto the twisted gear above and riding it upward. As Mazbeth and Katrina escape to the roof, Ichabod dodges attacks from the encroaching fiend, racing up a ladder, with the undead man crashing through the rungs just as quickly as Ichabod climbs them. I love this gag.
It again, he's fucking Batman. It was a lot. It does look cool, but it is. I did find humor and like, oh, now he's got a fucking utility belt and he's pulling shit out of there.
He adapts very easily.
Yes, very fast.
But Ichabod finally joins the others on the roof, dropping a lantern down below, the windmill catching fire beneath the pursuing horsemen, as Katrina, Mazbeth, and Ichabod jump for the sails of the rotating blades, riding them to the safety of the ground below. But as they hurry for the carriage, the windmill explodes, flames blasted brightly into the night, the structure crumbling to pieces. Mazbeth wonders if the horseman is dead, but Ichabod notes that that's the problem. He was dead to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And unfazed, the horseman pushes his way through the wreckage of the windmill, mounting Daredevil in fast pursuit of the trio's escaping carriage. They all did their own stunt, by the way, of jumping off that windmill.
Damn!
Oh, wow.
I was pretty impressed watching the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed.
No. And watching them run up and him like set the thing on fire, the windmill inside on fire, and them jumping down like you're saying, I don't know why it put me in the mind of Frankenstein.
Me too!
That was exactly Tim Burton's intention.
Okay. Well, it worked.
Yes!
Yeah. And this is also seeds planted from the first shot of the film with the windmill being in the family crest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an homage to Frankenstein.
Okay.
The horseman follows them through the fog of the forest, catching up to them quite swiftly. Ichabod takes notice of this, handing the reins off to Katrina and climbing onto the roof of the carriage with a rifle. But when he lifts it to aim at the horseman, he finds only Daredevil riding behind them. But when the black gloves of the fiend lift him up to join Ichabod, the constable fires, sending the horseman sailing off the back of the carriage. Ichabod stands, searching for his body, but he's too preoccupied in this search to brace for a hanging branch just behind him, which whacks him across the back, sending him sailing onto the saddle of the horseman's steed. He rides Daredevil backwards, peering over his own shoulder to catch sight of the horseman, who hangs precariously on the back of the carriage, dragged behind its wheels. And that's another homage to the cartoon.
Okay.
The backwards.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
It just made me think of, and I know it's Terminator 2, but Homer sitting in the
With the golf.
Yeah.
Ichabod whips Daredevil wildly to catch up to the stagecoach, leaping from the horse and onto the headless Hessian's back, pulling himself up to knock the horseman free, which he does. But the fiend then grabs hold of a passing Daredevil, who drags him faster than the carriage, allowing him to reach the roof of the cart mere seconds after the constable. Ichabod peers down through the windows of the carriage, certain that the horseman must be inside, but he's proven incorrect when the fiend stands on top of him, unsheathing his sword. A battle commences, Ichabod barely able to keep the headless horseman at bay before promptly getting his ass kicked. The horseman strangles him, and Ichabod reaches up, unable to return the favor. Breathlessly, he urges Katrina and Mazbeth to jump to safety, and they do, right onto the backs of the carriage horses, which are soon dislodged from the cart, Ichabod leaping to catch onto it, dragged by the young Mazbeth and Katrina as the carriage overturns, right on top of the headless horseman. I did see on a featurette that this final chase from the windmill to where they end up now took 3 weeks to shoot.
Damn.
Several months of preparations to train the horses for the specific stunts. But Johnny Depp did all of his own stunts through this whole process.
God damn.
Okay.
And they also said that they designed a series of stagecoaches. There was one that could actually be piloted, one with a roll cage. This was the stunt one.
Yeah.
And one to be destroyed in the crash on top of the Headless Horseman.
Okay.
So they had like each of these switching out through different shots depending on what they need for each point in time. And they're so, again, seamless.
It looks good.
It does. You don't think about all that has to go into a stunt like this because it literally lasted maybe, 2.5 minutes?
Yeah.
But it's extensive.
No, yeah.
Once they reach the Tree of the Dead, Mazbeth and Katrina dismount, Ichabod reaching his feet to follow them, only to encounter the returning Lady Van Tassel, who snarks, "Still alive?" It's like, God damn it. Miss me? No! Ichabod cries out for the young woman to run, and the lady concurs. Yes, do run, and jump, and skip. Katrina races for the trees as the lady raises a pistol to her back, but when Ichabod charges for her, he catches a bullet to his chest for his efforts. Katrina gasps, rushing back for Ichabod's side, but Lady Van Tassel seizes her by the hair, calling out to the returning horseman, who has freed himself from the debris of the carriage. Mazbeth rejoices at Ichabod's side, surprised that the shot didn't kill him, but the constable notices the bag resting at Lady Van Tassel's hip, the bag containing the horseman's skull. He leaps for her, tackling her off of the horse, the pair struggling on the ground rather cartoonishly for the skull. It seems evenly matched until Mazbeth fucking whacks the lady with a plank of wood.
Well, I'm glad somebody did something. Katrina's just standing
They're just
there.
watching it happen.
And Katrina, it's like she clocks out for this last little bit. She's not screaming. She's not talking. She's just like, what's about to happen?
She's just an NPC.
Yeah.
But this gives Ichabod the advantage. The horseman, however, has reached Katrina, grabbing a fistful of her hair, arching her back, and raising his sword to collect her head. But before he can bring the blade down, Ichabod seizes the skull, calling out to the horseman and hurling it to him, which he catches with ease. He settles it back into the void at his shoulders, his teeth a sharp smile, with everything finally in its right place. But suddenly, he shakes violently, clutching his collar and rasping as blood vessels, musculature, flesh, and hair materialize, covering his skull and returning him to his former and frightful glory.
Loved this.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah. I did notice again, though, that Ichabod does put people between him.
He does.
And did, yes.
He's about to. It's, Ichabod rushes for Katrina, embracing her and revealing her book tucked neatly into the pocket of his jacket, a smoking hole at its center where the bullet was stopped.
Aw, she said to keep it close to his heart.
Mm-hmm. Keep him safe from harm. But the pair stand with young Mazbeth, watching in terror as the horseman rises, his eyes a piercing blue and his filed-down teeth bared in a snarl. Lightning flashes all around them as he takes a step forward, Katrina standing in front of Ichabod, shielding him from the fiend. But before he can approach them, Daredevil returns to the Hessian horseman, the mercenary gingerly petting his companion before ascending onto his saddle, urging the beast onward with his signature growl. They ride over to the unconscious Lady Van Tassel, the horseman scooping her up from the dirt as the Tree of the Dead yawns open for them. But when the lady awakens, she's greeted by the grinning face of the ghoul she made into her servant, only able to gasp as he whispers indistinct words to her. But the horseman wrenches open his jaw as the lady screams, his teeth sinking into the flesh of her lips as he plants a painful kiss, their union sealed in blood. The horseman roars, spurring Daredevil, who charges for the Tree of the Dead, the brittle branches beckoning them forth, and the horse leaps for it, the Horseman, Lady Van Tassel, and Daredevil swallowed whole as the knotted branches seal around them, the lady exsanguinated in the grim grasp of the bark, which seals shut, leaving only her lifeless hand outstretched through the twisted limbs. Her index finger glides nearer to her palm, as if to invite us closer. Katrina and Mazbeth watch in horror, and Ichabod can do nothing but faint.
One more time.
Come on, man.
One more
Come on.
time.
I like that. He's like, oh, you used me. I'm going to take you with me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that he gave her the little face. He's like, you want me to say what? It's like, why? Just talk. Let him talk. Let him say something.
I don't know.
Well, you're just like, oh, this is a real bad dude.
Right.
This is a really bad guy. And
I just like the character.
Right.
But it's like, you know what? You want to play with shit like this? Like,
Yes.
come like Jimmy McGill. Come roll around in the fuck with me. That's what it is.
What a finale, though. That final image.
Yeah.
And there's something that's always haunted me about her finger beckoning.
Yeah.
It just looks so cool. But sometime later, we watch as a carriage rides away from Sleepy Hollow in the light of day, past the fields of lively sheep, across the path adjacent to the Hudson River. And when it reaches its destination, Katrina leans over to awaken a sleeping Ichabod Crane with a kiss on the cheek. He responds jovially, "Ah, just in time for a new century." They exit the carriage together, Katrina wearing a very Burton-esque white and black dress, and the young Mazbeth carrying all of their belongings, awestruck by the tall buildings that surround them.
At least they brought him with them.
Yeah, but it's still kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have to carry all their stuff.
No.
Yeah. And I know the town had a lot of bad shit happened.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you're taking this dude's daughter, then stealing this kid.
Well, they
And
both have
then-
no one. And it's like, remember,
Yeah, but
Katrina's...
they have houses and whatever. Their family
True.
left to them.
That's true.
No, they probably sold it.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
Katrina
Yeah.
has no family left either, and she's rich now, according to Lady Van Tassel.
Well, yeah, then fuck it. Let's travel. Yeah.
Let's go to
And-
New York.
Yeah.
This is completely different from Story Ichabod because he's like, well, have your land.
No,
Yeah.
So that's good. That's a good change.
Yes.
And
it
I
is good.
do love her Beetlejuice dress.
It's so
Yeah,
cool.
I know. I loved that too.
Yeah.
But as the carriage rides away, Ichabod joins Katrina in the center of the street, linking arms with her lovingly as snow falls around them. He assures the young Mazbeth that he'll soon get his bearings, explaining, "The Bronx is up, the battery's down, and home is this way." The trio ventures onward together, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City as the score sings triumphantly. We fade to black, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Sleepy Hollow?
I still really enjoyed this movie after all these years of not kind of watching it. And there were things I forgot, but I think that was a good thing because learning them over again and seeing them, I was like, oh, okay, there is shit that I can, pay attention to and like, oh, there's a mystery and whatever. I don't like that Ichabod faints all the time. I think you're a constable and you're doing this shit and you're trying to figure out what's happening to these murders. You need to be stable, man. You faint into somebody you have cut open. What's going on?
It's a big problem.
But yeah, everything looks really good. I really, really enjoyed this, and I was asking for heads to be cut off and whatever, and this movie gave it to me in abundance. I know it wasn't very gory, but it was there, and I did enjoy that.
Yeah, I still think that it's fantastic. I think that any nitpicks that I have about the romance aspect or kind of narratively, maybe a couple things that don't fully gel timeline wise, or Ichabod's like one glaring, no, I'm not going to think about this critically or anything. I'm upset and I'm going to leave. Like, whatever, like the nostalgia and the beauty and the obvious effort that was put into this film overshadows any of that. I think, like you were saying, John Paul, it is a treat to revisit this after so long because the things that you remember are still good, but aspects of the story that maybe you didn't fully clock or weren't able to because you're young.
Yeah.
they hit. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple things where it's like, come on now. But like his backstory, I did not remember it being that fucking brutal.
No.
The like twisted conspiracy and all of like Lady Van Tassel had a lot of pots on the stove. Like she had a lot going on. And I couldn't fully grasp like how devious, you know, it's like obviously she's a bad guy. She's doing the villain's monologue. She's trying to kill Katrina, whatever. But it's like, no, she, like you were saying, had motives for everything that she did.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like she's kind of been in this since she was a kid. And so her sister went one way and kind of secluded herself and tries to help Ichabod and Mazbeth. And she went a completely different way of, you know, clawing her way to the top and taking off heads when she gets there.
Yeah.
So it's a really compelling story that, again, the good of it does overshadow any little gripes or nitpicks that I would have, because it's so much built in love and nostalgia for this film. And it really, really was, especially, you know, it's October, like it's the perfect time, and it really was such a treat to revisit it.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that this is one of those films that I've always carried with me, though it did take me longer to revisit it than it should have, because coming back to it, it really is exactly as you said, where I already loved it so much for what I remembered it being. But watching it again as an adult, it's just the level of appreciation I have for it has grown tremendously.
Yeah.
Even more. I think that it's a really remarkable film. I think what they did with this story is so impressive, because it honestly is. It is bare bones, this story. And they took it to such incredible places that are so creative and genre melding and fun. Like this whodunit, like Scooby-Doo ass mystery is so cool. The detective story, the deduction, him figuring out everything, kind of.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of.
I like also this odd little detour of preliminary crime scene investigation.
Yeah.
I just think that everything they did here, every choice that they made is something that sometimes you just feel like this film was made just for me.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that this is definitely one of them. But I mean, we can slide into ratings. I was telling Jules just the other day about how powerful the nostalgia is for this film, just for how long we've carried it with us. How many times we've watched it over the years. I remember us leaving the theater and Dad making like horse sounds, like the clip clop of the feet, scaring the hell out of us. And I don't know. There's just these little memories attached to it, watching it with Reneé over and over and over again. And it is that thing that nostalgia becomes so powerful over the years that I don't care if there's anything wrong with the narrative.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care if, you know, some things don't add up completely. Like, when did she slice Sarah's hand?
It's like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So, I mean, you know, I can't say enough of the positives. The atmosphere of this picture is immaculate. I love to return to this place like home.
Right.
I think that it is just so injected with Tim Burton's style that, again, feels like one of those things that is just tailor-made for me.
Okay.
And I think that the performances are fantastic. I love the cast. It's incredible.
Yeah.
The production design, building an entire town, shooting so much on these studio sets, and emulating and capturing this feeling of these old classic horror films. The way that it's shot, cinematography is incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just literally nothing that I could say that would be a detraction from how much I love this film.
Right.
Yeah.
The visuals, I want to call out once more, because I think I've been talking about it a lot.
Yeah.
But everything from that first scarecrow to these silhouettes of the Headless Horseman, the fog that billows through the entire town. I mean, I love this film. And it will not take another however many years it was between my last watch and this one, because this one is absolutely going back into the rotation and absolutely during this season. But I think that's really all I have. For me, out of 10 hauntingly horrific horsemen, I am going to give Sleepy Hollow 10 hauntingly horrific horsemen out of 10.
Okay.
I cannot fully express just how much I love this movie, but I think we just spent several hours doing that. But I will now open the floor to you.
No, I agree with all that. For me, the strength of this movie is how fun it is. It does look really good. I think if you're watching and you've seen anything Tim Burton, you can guess it's a Tim Burton movie. And I think that is also one of the major strengths of this movie is the, like you said, almost theater atmosphere. You can tell that it's a set, but it doesn't matter because it does fit in with this world that they've made. And I really, really did enjoy that. And I like it being a fairy tale type, like being told like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that for me, it is the heads. I would have liked a little more gore, but I do think that that's why I remember this being a little more, not so many heads, because there isn't we get the excuse of, well, they're cut off, it's cauterized, there's no blood, there's no bleeding. It's like, oh, calm down, come on. But it is an abundance of fucking decapitations. So again, you won't hear any complaining from me on that. That's like perfect. But it does look really, really good. Everybody does what they're supposed to do. I really enjoyed this, and coming back as an adult, I know I watched it a lot when I was younger, but like I said, it was, for me, it's one of those movies to where it is the comfort movie, but if it's on TNT and it's playing on the TV, leave it alone. Just leave it there. It's fine. If it's the next movie that comes on after whatever you watched on Hulu or whatever, and it's like play next and it's there, it's already playing. Just let it go. It's fine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can dip in and out because I know the movie. I hear it playing and it's like, oh shit, this is going to happen next or whatever. It is one of those movies that I do feel like I understand why people love this movie. I again would have liked a little more gore, but I know that's not what this is. But yeah, again, I don't, any nitpick too, like you were saying, babe, that I have about this movie, it's just like, it's my own personal gripe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And for that, out of 10 hauntingly horrific horsemen, I'm going to give Sleepy Hollow an 8.5 out of 10 hauntingly horrific horsemen. I do like the movie, and again, revisiting as an adult, I did still enjoy it. But again, revisiting as an adult, you do know now more what you like.
Right. More
kind of what's your taste of, like, that's a fucking 10. And for me, it is close, but it is still like, okay, this is younger me comfort. You know what I mean? Again, if it's on TV, if it's playing next, don't touch it. Just leave it there. It's fine.
That's pretty high for you.
Yeah. No, I did.
It's a big word for Elmo.
I did still enjoy it. I know it's not usually what I'm, you know what I mean, the gore and whatever. But again, it does look really good. It is comforting to, like I said, if it's there, just fucking finish watching it. Why not?
Yeah. I'll be brief. I think we've already all kind of gushed about what we love. I just really want to like underline the fact that you don't, really have the capacity to appreciate film making when you're 10.
Yeah.
Right.
To the extent that they really went above and beyond on this one. Like, even just the visual effects. Like, I just think that is such a beautiful film. And growing up on Tim Burton, it is, like you said, T, a very comfortable place to return to. And this movie really was comfort. John Paul, I can't remember if I was starting it or if you had just finished it, but you texted me. One of us was at work. It's been a week. I don't know. But you were like, how much do you remember? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a 10. Like, in my mind, it's still a 10. Right. And then watching it, it's like, technically, is it? No. Is this a perfect, like, we should all study, whatever? No. But it's one of those things where it's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's so nostalgic. And aside from that, it is just very comfortable. It is funny. It's dark. It's compelling. It just has so many aspects where you walk away from watching all these people get beheaded, from watching this woman terrorize this fucking town, try to murder her stepdaughter, brutally murder her husband, use this restless spirit to kill and traumatize X amount of people, And you're like, that was so much fun.
Yeah.
I had a fucking blast.
Yeah.
It just really walks this line of just, I think you said earlier, T, genre straddling.
Mhm.
And it is. But no, Sleepy Hollow is always a good time. Like you said, I don't want to go so long between watches because why deprive myself? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think even if for nothing else, the nostalgia and just the enjoyment that I got out of watching this again, I laughed out loud a few times.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah.
there are aspects of it and Johnny Depp's Ichabod Crane is so ridiculous at times. It's just a blast. And I really loved the witchcraft aspect of it because that's something I didn't fully remember either.
Yeah.
And the score, I forgot to mention.
And Danny Elfman.
No, yeah. The music was great.
He never even done an okay score in his life.
Yeah.
No.
Like, I mean,
he goes hard.
he's
just to go hard.
he's a master. Yeah, we don't deserve him. But yeah, all this to say, on a scale from 1 to 10, hauntingly horrific horseman, I have no choice but to give Sleepy Hollow 10 out of 10 hauntingly horrific horseman. If you haven't watched this film in a while, watch it.
Yeah,
No,
do
yeah.
yourself a
Do
favor.
yourself
Yeah.
a favor.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Sleepy Hollow, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, when faced with circumstances that defy all logic and reason, the only sure way through is to make sure you never lose your head. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Incredible work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Sydney Smith, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Berry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Cow OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Megan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Starr, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sonny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Najee P., Seth Schaff, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker,
Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Ruckers, Grimly Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Randy Tucker, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Jasmine, Stu Corbett, Daniel Smith, Brick O, Pull Out Lebowski, Jaden Nicole, Jody Grody, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Jaylene Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Claire Cantwell, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Nosferatu Dude, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Aria Carter, Melissa B., Olivia Youngblood, Elena C., Jillian Mumford, Evil Chris, Robin L. Tercer, Rex Term Raul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Just Give Me One Wish Like Ray J, Skin Deep, Christian Salvatierra, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Nicholas Doba, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, revamped a rewatch podcast, and Sarah Coolidge. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you. We appreciate you all so much for always pumpkin us up.
Aw, yeah.
Until next time.